come together as one Appalachia in the heart of Eastern Kentucky.
Here in Pikeville, we serve as a gathering spot and inspiration for so many. We live our motto of let the mountains move you to help everyone see hope for the future. While our region was broken, we have proven to be resilient, building up each community and creating more opportunity from our corner of Kentucky. From Main Street to Umbrella Alley to the mountains and beyond, there is something for everyone in Pikeville. In the heart of Appalachia, you will find a community that continues to grow and evolve despite the challenges we have faced. Within the gaps, our community rallied to create a new vision of hope. With a strong healthcare workforce, an arena fit for thousands, and opportunities to further our education, Pikeville is an example of the communities in Appalachia that continue to face the struggles from our history, but are working together to turn a period of turmoil into a bright future for Appalachia. As the 54 ARC counties of Kentucky, we unite as one.
We are Pikeville. We are one Appalachia.
To honor America and our Commonwealth, please rise for our national anthem and My Old Kentucky Home by the University of Pikeville student Isabella Coleman. The colors are being presented by cadets from the Appalachian Challenge Academy.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies red gleam, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, all's happy and bright. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for the old Kentucky home, for the old Kentucky home far away. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for the old Kentucky home, for the old Kentucky home far away.
The next 10 years in Eastern Kentucky, what are they worth to you, to your family, to your friends, to your community? Eastern Kentucky is at a crossroads. Population is declining. Employers can't find workers. Communities are unhealthy. Over the next decade, these must change. And it's going to require all of us coming together, working as one Eastern Kentucky region. Our past doesn't have to define us. It can direct us to be ambitious, to dream bigger, and to reach higher, and write a new chapter for Eastern Kentucky. But it will require grit, determination, courage, through the good and the bad. We must remain united, resolute, and focused. It's in our hands. It's in our hearts. We can't do it without you. Welcome to the 2022 SOAR Summit, presented by Appalachian Wireless and the Appalachian Regional Commission.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Good. Well, welcome to the 2022 SOAR Summit right here in Pikeville, Kentucky at the Appalachian Wireless Arena. Many thanks to the city of Pikeville, Pike County, the arena staff here for setting the stage for what's going to be two really awesome days. I know it's been a challenging year for many in this room, their communities, their families, but I speak for the entire SOAR team when I say we're really happy that you made it out this year. We're happy to see you. And these 2 days, I think they're going to be full of learning, networking, and inspiration. You know, we've got over 1,500 attendees this year from 60 Kentucky counties and 7 states. But I do want to call out one attendee in particular, Caleb Grigsby. Where are you, Caleb? I told him to sit in the front row. Caleb? There you are. Everybody give, Caleb is our youngest attendee this year. He's a sixth grader from W.B. Muncie School in Wooten, Kentucky, which is in Leslie County. So we're so excited to have you, Caleb. You're what this event's for, the future of our region, and to your mother for making sure. I don't think you drove here yourself, Caleb. I sure hope not. But for your mom for bringing you here as well. So thank you for making the trip over. You know, I want to thank all of SOAR's corporate and event sponsors for making this event possible today. Especially our presenting sponsors, which you can see on the banners behind me and above me. A full list of SOAR corporate and summit sponsors can be found in your program book. Thank you to Boones Ridge and the Appalachian Wildlife Foundation for providing our lunch today, along with KY Innovation and the Kentucky Association of Counties for breakfast this morning. So today you're going to hear from SOAR's co-principal officers, Governor Andy Beshear, Congressman Hal Rogers, along with Mark Rimbert from the Center on Rural Innovation, and Dakota Hoskins, the 2022 Community Trust Bank Startup Appalachia Pitch Competition winner. And I'm going to close this out with some remarks around where we need to go as a region the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years to achieve some of the long-term transformational goals that we need to achieve. And then following those remarks, we're going to immediately lead into our day one reception sponsored by the University of Pikeville. So these next 2 days, they're all about us coming together as one Eastern Kentucky region, putting aside differences that seek to divide rather than unite. Every single person in this room has an important role to play when it comes to helping Eastern Kentucky become the best version of itself. And SOAR commits to working with each and every one of you. So at this time, I would like to invite SOAR Executive Board Chairperson Kim McCann to the stage. Kim?
Welcome to everyone here, and I won't keep you too long, but I would like to say that it is just wonderful to see all of you and all of your faces And it's just so nice that every year we can come together for this summit as one region. I know we all have our own communities, we all have our own problems, we all have our own assets, but by coming together, we can share those, and that's what SOAR was founded, and that was its foundation, and I'm so glad to see you here. And I would like to ask, we have some of our board members who just went off the board are here. We have some present board members here and new board members. So I would ask the SOAR board members if they would please stand, and if you all give them some applause for all of their time and effort that they put forward for the whole region. I think we have a few here today, and we have more here tomorrow. Well, as board chair and having been involved with SOAR from the very beginning, from the very first summit, I get the honor of being able to introduce our guest speakers today. The only problem is everybody knows our guest speakers very, very well, so it's a little hard to come up with something new to say. So I will say this, the first speaker is Governor Andy Beshear. He is our 63rd governor, and his father was also one of the founding principals of SOAR. And we are very thankful that Governor Beshear has been kind enough to also follow through with what his father and Congressman Rogers started as a dream for this region. And at this time, I would like to introduce to you your governor, Andy Beshear.
All right. Thank you all. That was great for my self-esteem. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to Kim for that introduction, and thanks to everybody for joining us for the 2022 SOAR Summit. I always look forward to being here for this special event, and this year, both the needs and the promise of Eastern Kentucky are greater than ever. This year's conference theme is Into the Future, which to me is perfect because our future has never been brighter, even though our present may have never been more difficult. While this conference is about the investments and progress we are making in this key and critical region, it's impossible to overlook the added challenges that we have faced these last couple of years, but especially the deadly flooding that hit here in late July. Just last week, we announced the death toll had risen from those floods due to some conditions that people had gotten during the flooding to now 43 Kentuckians lost in that event. Those are 43 children of God, irreplaceable in their communities, missed and mourned by their families. I ask each of you to not only keep those individuals in their prayers, but these are folks you know. Try to take a little bit of that grief for those families and carry it with them as long as they'll let you. Just help them through these weeks and months to come. In addition, I want to talk a little bit today, before we get to some of the future, about where we are in addressing and ultimately working to rebuild from this flooding. First, I think all of us know it was unprecedented. Water, the level that we had never seen, destructiveness at a level we had never seen. But the immediate response from our first responders, local first responders, our Kentucky National Guard, by far the best National Guard in this country. Along with our Kentucky State Police, Fish and Wildlife, and so many others. You think about losing 43 people, and that is a tragedy, but do you realize in the first 2 days alone, those groups made more than 1,400 rescues, meaning there are 1,400 Kentuckians that are here today because of their brave efforts. But along with them, the heroes are you. The heroes are of all the neighbors in Eastern Kentucky that were able to wade through those difficult waters, that instead of just heading to safety, headed to their neighbor's home, headed down the road where they knew somebody might not be able to get out. Listen, I am proud of what our Guard, our state police, what West Virginia's Guard and Tennessee's Guard did for us. I am grateful. But we will never be able to count the number of Kentuckians saved by people that live around them. And let me tell you, I've never been prouder to be Kentucky's governor than to watch us, everyday people, put our lives and our safety on the line to help each other. It shows how special the people of Eastern Kentucky are, not only opening their hearts and their homes to each other after a natural disaster, but being there for their neighbor when it matters the most. I think that's living our faith and values. I think that's treating our neighbor as ourself. And when you get an opportunity to see folks that took one of those heroic acts, make sure you thank them and don't stop thanking them. We need folks like that in our daily lives, and it's been truly special to see. As we are moving forward, we know the importance of the dollars, Scott, that it takes to rebuild. Our Team Eastern Kentucky Flood Relief Fund now up to $10 million. First payments we made were for every single funeral. It's going to be all 43. First things we should do is grieve together, and we should never make one of those families have to apply to get money back later. The second thing we've now done is send a $500 check to anybody who qualified for any amount of FEMA aid, making sure that they have some dollars to get through these extra difficult times. And we are going to pledge the entire remaining amount to the long-term rebuilding effort as we secure the land that we are working so hard to find right now, to rebuild neighborhoods, to give people the opportunity, if they choose, to be able to walk their kids to school, to maybe have a senior living complex right up next to them, have that medical clinic. What we will have the opportunity to do is rebuild some neighborhoods that may have been built by coal companies over 100 years ago, and to rethink the possibilities as we go. Along the way, we've had help from FEMA. Their response, certainly in the immediate aftermath, amazing. I know all of us wish we'd see just a little bit better in the individual assistance program. Thus far, they've provided over $78 million of those payments to 8,137 households. We've seen $22.4 million from the National Flood Insurance Program and $53.7 million from the U.S. Small Business Administration. And while that sounds like a lot of money, we know the damage that's been done here in Eastern Kentucky is in the billions. So let me be clear if I haven't thus far. We here in the state aren't going anywhere. We're going to do whatever it takes for how long it takes to repair each and every life and ensure we not only pick our neighbors up, but we don't let the floodwaters push us backwards. We march forward here in Eastern Kentucky. And I just came from Jenny Wiley, from our travel trailer program right there. We're in that park. We're housing about 100 people in the midst of the most beautiful fall that you can imagine. Right now, 299 travel trailers helping people through this intermediate period of time. To give you something to compare to, most trailers we ever had filled in Western Kentucky were 85, and we're now nearly at 300. With the help of John Bell Edwards and the state of Louisiana, for which we are grateful, they're providing us over 300 travel trailers free of charge. We are going to continue to make sure we get these in each and every community so that people know they can have a roof over their heads and a place to stay until they have a permanent option. This is not a week or a month, and folks, it's not even a one-year rebuilding effort. But I know that Eastern Kentucky is strong enough, and I know the rest of Kentucky stands with them. And I hope you've seen some of the progress, because the work being done on debris removal gives us just one glimpse of how things are going to pick up and how we're going to move forward. To date, we have now removed 24,235 loads of debris. That's 356,509 tons of that chaos that's now been picked up and shipped out of town. So yes, our present, especially right here, is tough. And you all know it's not just the flooding. It was multiple ice storms before, some smaller examples of flooding, tornadoes that occurred in Western Kentucky. It's been a pandemic that's changed almost all of our lives for the last couple years. The ramifications we'll feel moving forward. It's living through a war in Europe. Who would have thought we would have seen that in our lifetime and the impact it's had, cutting out 60% of the world's wheat supply, thus impacting food prices. But I am here to tell you, as tough as the challenges of the present are, I have faith. Faith that we can meet them, but I also know that what's waiting on the other side for Eastern Kentucky and all of Kentucky can be as bright and optimistic as we have ever seen. You just look back at last year, even in the midst of a pandemic. We didn't just break, we shattered every economic development record on the books here in Kentucky, and it was not even close. On an average year, we'll bring in about $5 billion in new private sector investment in Kentucky. On our best year ever, it's been about 7.5. Last year, $11.2 billion in new investment. And this year looks like it's going to be our second best year. And why do we care about that? It's because of jobs. Jobs bring dignity to our people, bring hope to our families, and give us a better way of life. On a good year, we bring in about 7,500 good jobs. On a great year, 9,000 last year across Kentucky. 18,000 new jobs, a record, at the second highest wage. And let me tell you, for the first time in my lifetime, the biggest companies on planet Earth are picking us, are picking Kentucky for the biggest projects they've ever done. That Ford SK Innovation battery facility at $5.8 billion isn't just the biggest project in the history of Kentucky. It's the biggest investment in the history of Ford Motor Company, and they chose Kentucky. Add the Envision project we just announced in Bowling Green, and between the two, in the last 12 months, we become the electric vehicle battery manufacturing capital of the United States of America, right here in Kentucky. Look at what we're doing in agriculture technology, and I think you're going to see a couple of those operations here tonight, and so much of it in Eastern Kentucky. And we have become the agri-tech capital of the United States, with the largest greenhouse in North America, thanks to App Harvest in Eastern Kentucky. We're about to open a number of other facilities, primarily in Eastern Kentucky. Add to that Kentucky Fresh Harvest, Appalachia, and so much more. Look at the type of sophisticated next-generation companies we're seeing, like Ragent, and what they're able to do, from satellites to missile defense systems to the communications on the sideline of the NFL that only the Patriots seem to be able to get through. And as we are making these strides, I got to tell you, the rest of the world is noticing. 2 out of 3 of those bond rating agencies, S&P Global Ratings and Fitch Ratings, have upgraded our economic outlook to positive, even in the midst of all the talk you hear on TV. We have posted the lowest unemployment rate in the history of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And right now, we're in the longest period in our history that it's been under 4%. We are getting people back to work. In July, we announced the highest annual growth we've seen in Kentucky in 31 years. And for the second year in a row, we had more than a $1 billion surplus in our state budget. And here's a little preview. I think you're going to see a third straight year. To make sure that we're ready for natural disasters, for too much rain. Like we saw here in Eastern Kentucky, we have the healthiest rainy day fund we've ever had at $2.7 billion. To give you an idea, when I came into office, it was $129 million. And just last month, we reported that in August, Kentucky had the highest rate of job growth in the entire country, the first time we think that that has ever happened. For 21 straight months, we have seen record revenue coming into the Commonwealth. And that's why we're able to do some things, not just to help people in times of disaster, but in some infrastructure we're going to talk about here in a minute. And that's where this organization comes in. You know, years ago, my father, your former governor, Steve Beshear, or as I like to say, the second best Governor Beshear, underscored the importance of boosting this region, Eastern Kentucky. And he knew that the only way we would get it done is to push partisan politics to the side. He joined with somebody who agreed, Congressman Hal Rogers. And together, they and so many of you formed SOAR. There with you that day, and for so many of the days, been my senior advisor, Rocky Atkins. Rocky makes this administration so much stronger. He's proof there's civility still in politics. Remember, we ran against each other. And he beat me pretty bad in Eastern Kentucky. But we never kicked each other. We believed in each other. And we thought that both of us had good ideas. And our partnership together makes this a stronger administration. Can we give a round of applause for Rocky Atkins? And I'd like to think one thing this administration does is listen. Listen to you. Knowing the best ideas for Eastern Kentucky are going to come from Eastern Kentucky. And the more that we can say yes, the more that we can make those a reality, the more that we can be a partner that pushes forward your ideas, the better success we will have. And we are constantly announcing new jobs with companies expanding or locating not just throughout Kentucky, but in this region. Since I took office, Team Kentucky has announced in the SOAR region 130 new business or expansion projects totaling nearly $1.6 billion of new investment. That's ultimately led to the creation of 4,500 new jobs that we have either filled or are filling. But here's some highlights. Firestone Industrial Products added more than $50 million, 250 new jobs in its Williamsburg facility where it's joining that EV market. Horse Soldier Bourbon, more than a $200 million investment, and I could say a fine product. App Harvest, creating more than 100 jobs just in its first facility. So many others opening up. OBT Ashland, $45.5 million investment, 55 new jobs in Greenup County. Flash Steelworks, we just broke ground on this in Bell County. Listen, it's 250 new jobs in Bell County, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. This being a manufacturer that's going to bring in so many more. Renfro Supply Company, 25 new jobs in Whitley County. Announced in September, it's one of the largest wholesalers in the region. It's already been in Whitley County for over 100 years, and it is growing. What that means is more opportunity, more chance to attract others, but for each and every family that comes into one of those new jobs, especially those that we know are a part of the economy of the future. There's dignity, there's security, and there's the ability to leave your kids better off than you were. You know, around Kentucky, we dream and we dream big. But you know, I think we all share one dream in common, that our kids and our grandkids will never have to leave the Commonwealth of Kentucky or the region they're from if they don't want to, because we make every opportunity available for them right here. We've got to make that happen in Kentucky, and I want to tell you this administration is committed to working with you to make it happen right here in Eastern Kentucky. For far too long, the sons and daughters of this region have moved to other parts of the state or to other states. Our goal is to create the types of opportunities here that don't just keep your kids here. They attract other people's kids from all over the country with the chance and the opportunity that we create right here. Part of that is about infrastructure. And I know that it is our job as the state, whether it's through the Transportation Cabinet or others, to make sure that we provide the means for this region to be competitive with every other region in Kentucky and in this country. Since I've become governor, we've announced 677 construction projects in SOAR counties, totaling $1.1 billion in new investment. This year alone, 243 construction contracts totaling almost $500 million, $477.9 million thus far, here in the SOAR counties. And of course, I'm not sure we've got a more important infrastructure project than the Mountain Parkway. You know, the Mountain Parkway was a foundational project of SOAR when my father and Congressman Rogers formed this initiative. And when it's complete, there's going to be a 4-lane corridor from Paducah to Pikeville. I'm proud to say we haven't just made progress, we have made a whole lot of progress on the Mountain Parkway over the last several years. Just last month, I was in Prestonsburg with state and local officials to announce the plans for the final section of the Mountain Parkway, delivering on that decades-long promise. Right now, Work is underway to assess the preferred route for that final leg through Magoffin and Floyd counties, which we announced. That means every part of the Mountain Parkway is going to be under construction, or the planning and the engineering and all the rest occurring. So we're going to be able to say when we're here next year that every part of the Mountain Parkway is underway and we are going to get her done. But I know it's not the only critical route. We were in Tyner in July to celebrate the completion of Kentucky Highway 30 project, a beautiful road, which modernized and widened 33 miles of roadway from Boonville to London. Like everybody at SOAR, my entire administration is working to help Appalachian Kentucky grow and prosper, as that's exactly what the people who live here deserve. And we work with our federal, our local, and our state partners to invest in the region. I couldn't come here today without talking about the Appalachian Regional Commission. The ARC has been an amazing partner for Eastern Kentucky for years. The projects they fund are transformational. We've used ARC funds to train nurses at Pikeville Medical Center. We've ensured thousands of Eastern Kentuckians have access to clean water. And just last week in Bell County, we broke ground with Congressman Rogers on a manufacturing facility that's creating over 100 jobs for years to come. When I recommend projects to ARC, I know how essential it is, and I know that we've got to get them approved. If that means that grandma gets sick, she's got to have access close by to the medical services she needs. It means if you have an autistic child, you shouldn't have to drive to another state or all the way to Lexington to get service. And thanks to a ribbon cutting we did in Prestonsburg this morning, and what Pikeville Medical Center does right here, families in this region never will have to do that ever again. Let's thank Pikeville Medical Center for that great work. And the ARC numbers don't lie. Since the start of our administration, out of all the projects that we've recommended to ARC, $87 million have come to Kentucky. And on Monday, ARC announced another 11 projects from its power program. In total, almost $10 million are coming our way. They'll create another 600 jobs and generate more than $40 million in additional investment. The money will build tourism destinations. It'll support workforce training programs that help our people get jobs, and it'll support our agri-tech industry and so much more. These investments that will serve Appalachian Kentucky will help us build a future, a foundation for decades. The ARC has delivered for Kentucky time and time again. Let's make sure we give the commission a big round of applause. And to ARC, we're coming back. We'll be knocking on your door. The great work that we have done together only underscores the great work that we can continue to do together. And we have some more good news to deliver. Just a few weeks ago, ARC approved $500,000 in funding for SOAR itself. The funding will recruit remote workers to work in SOAR communities. And this didn't just help in SOAR counties. When they finished one complete cycle of their recruitment program, they're going to share their findings with the rest of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky leading the way on how we can recruit these remote workers, and then taking that knowledge and helping people in every county, in every community across Kentucky. We want people staying in town, staying in the places they love, and that's our job to make that happen. That's why we're investing in high-speed internet with the largest public investment in the history of Kentucky. It's why we've worked in a bipartisan way in the General Assembly for water and sewer grants. Mayor, not loans, grants that help us make sure that rural water systems can truly reach everyone in this state. Folks, clean drinking water is a basic human right. And in 2022, so many of our citizens still don't have it. We're at a moment right now with what we can do with roads and bridges and internet and water and sewer is unlike anything we have ever seen. That's good for our families and our fellow human beings, but it's also going to pay off in so many opportunities and for public safety down the line. SOAR has been an amazing partner in making this all happen. Colby Hall, I want to give you and your team a round of applause for your incredible work. It's also my pleasure to talk about a program that has made the economic future of Eastern Kentucky much brighter. I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Congressman Rogers is going to come up here and talk about it more. And then we're going to have some announcements that I think are going to knock your socks off, because we came here today wanting to continue to invest in these amazing communities. So this program, which used to be known as the AML program, but as government does, they took that acronym, they moved it to something else, and they gave us a new acronym called AMLR. This program has been around 7 years, and I got to tell you, it would not have been formed without Congressman Rogers. Let's give him a big round of applause for creating it. So since it's been created, we submitted about 429 applications from Kentucky. In all, 75 applications were selected by the Energy and Environment Cabinet for $162 million in federal funding. This year, 86 applications were submitted, totaling over $218 million. 11 of those applications were selected by Secretary Rebecca Goodman. All selected projects must undergo the vetting process of the federal government, but in just a little bit, after Congressman Rogers goes, we're going to announce the 11 winners of those AMLR grants, which are real opportunities for so many of your communities that we're going to do some really great work with. Once completed, these 11 projects are going to create more than 200 jobs, train more than 300 Kentuckians, and serve more than 100,000 Eastern Kentuckians via tourism, infrastructure development, or training opportunities. These are transformational announcements, but they are nothing less than the region has earned and the region deserves. My thanks to Secretary Goodman and her staff for their hard work. Listen, it's hard to select 11 from all the good ideas that come in, but if you weren't selected as a finalist, apply again next year, because Congressman Rogers is going to make sure there's continued money in that federal budget. Again, we want to make sure that we are always placing Eastern Kentucky first. Together, let's continue to create good jobs, improve health care and education, and ensure retirements lived in dignity here in Eastern Kentucky and throughout Kentucky. I look forward to working with you. Now, I think I'd end by the way we started. One thing I hope we're always known for is listening and hearing. Whether there's a problem that's going to impact people who are trying to turn their lives around, whether it's that loophole that we need to fix, whether that's one area like transportation that's keeping people from realizing their full potential and filling out those jobs, whether it's the one road that if it was for 4 lanes, we could make that next industrial park hum. Our job is to be that good partner that works with you. And let me tell you, I don't care if it's an idea that is red or blue, Democrat or Republican. A good job has never been partisan. It's just been really good for our people. And my belief is that as the governor, my job is to serve everybody, not to move a state right or left, but to try to move it forward. Together, I think we can do that. SOAR has done so much in times when we had almost no money. Just imagine, with the budgets we're seeing right now, the impact we can make. So let's all try to come together and realize that collective dream of all of us, that our kids never have to leave the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And I have a 13 and a 12-year-old. I'm worried about it right now. Let's make sure we build the type of future that all of our kids can be proud of, and that we are the generations that changed everything. Thank you all very much. I'll see you in a little bit. This is really fancy.
Looks good.
Okay.
Thank you, Governor Beshear, for the kind words. It's certainly appreciated, and I would like to echo what the governor said about Colby Hall, Josh, Kirsten, the whole SOAR team. You guys have done another great job with the summit, and we truly appreciate it, and certainly it couldn't come together for the region if we didn't have fine leadership. So thank you to all of them once again. It's now my great pleasure to be able to introduce to you the Dean of the House of Representatives. This person is, of course, close to all of our hearts, and instead of calling him the Dean of the House of Representatives, I would call him the best friend of Eastern Kentucky. and he's certainly a very, very good friend of mine. He's also the longest serving federal elected official, and he's right here from Kentucky, and that's our Congressman, it's Hal Rogers. Congressman Rogers, of course, was chair of Appropriation and Revenue, which is a very important committee, but he worked very hard and tirelessly for all of us, long before SOAR was formed, long before he had quite as much white hair as he has now. He was working hard for all of us. He's one of the kindest gentlemen that I know in Eastern Kentucky, and I'd like for you to please welcome him to the stage today, Congressman Hal Rogers.
Thank you for that great introduction and welcome from all of you. 9 years ago, the coal industry in Kentucky, particularly Eastern Kentucky, collapsed. And we were in a crisis in East Kentucky because we lost almost overnight 15,000 good-paying coal industry jobs. It was such a calamity at the time that I felt obligated to try to help do something about it. And we contacted the first governor, Beshear, Steve, to talk about what we might be able to try to do to reestablish a viable economic system in East Kentucky. One of the things that I was pushing hard for was, and had been for years, was expanding broadband internet. I could see, I think, into the future enough to know that we had to take on some untried, untested attempts to open up our minds to new ideas, new ways of doing things. And out of that attempt to create in East Kentucky what I fondly call the Silicon Holler, but what really came out of that session that we had with the governor and the legislative leaders was an effort to recreate a new economy in all of East Kentucky. We wanted people to have new ideas and to think thoughts that they had never had to before, and to look at the world as it was at the time, to create jobs that did not exist at that time in the broadband industry. That was 9 years ago. We decided to call a summit. We held it here in Pikeville. It happened in, I think it was January. At any rate, there was a blizzard that took place, and yet people came. And they poured their hearts out. They poured their minds out. And they created this organization that came to be called Shaking Our Economic Region as Best We Can. And those summits have produced some great ideas, some great work, some great cooperation, and that's the key, cooperation across county lines. And in these 33 counties that we are looking at in East Kentucky, some of the most talented people in the world who had been formerly employed, many of them in the coal industry, talented, experienced, more importantly, dedicated to staying in Eastern Kentucky, to be at the place they love, where they can fish and hunt and sightsee, go to church, be neighbors, and work together. So that's how SOAR came into being, shaping our Appalachian region. Now, we could talk all day about where we are and where we're going. And there was some thought given to postpone the summit because of the catastrophic floods in our part of the country. It's been a tough year for all of us in Eastern Kentucky. It makes us appreciate good days like this even more. And today we're not only celebrating new jobs and new medical resources for families who are desperate for answers and for treatment for children with autism, which we did this morning over in Prestonsburg. And we decided to go ahead with this event because we need it and because you are seers of the future and capable of working together to open our minds and our hearts to this new age in which we find ourselves. And our people in the region have earned the right to expect of us, the elected leaders, to take action and to work together. And that's been the history of SOAR. Huge crowd, dedicated people from all walks of life, dedicated to a single purpose, in this case, and that's building a new economy. The governor has mentioned many new announcements that are taking place across Kentucky, particularly in the electronic battery debate that's going on. And so we're wrapping up our efforts to help people who are still living in tents, or cars or trucks, or other places, if they're lucky. And we owe it to them to try to make a difference in their lives. And they expect us to give 110%, you and me. And I'm delighted to see that you're here, excited about the potential that exists in this group of people and the folks you represent back home. We're going to make this work. We're already becoming Silicon Holler. And we ain't there yet, but we're getting close. And I like to see the enthusiasm that you go about these meetings. This is precious time for all of us, you and us. And you've shown in the past what you can do when you work together. We see it time and again. And we wonder to ourselves, why haven't we done this before? But this is new, this is different. This is the 9th year of coming together as a group and taking on some really challenging situations. You win some, you lose some. But the important thing is what happens here. Whether you're satisfied here. I think I can answer for you. Yes and yes. Now, I want the governor to join us now on stage for these announcements. I saw your father Sunday at a racetrack.
Sounds right.
And
Retirement is good.
we renewed our friendships over the years. This is a nonpartisan outfit that we belong to. The first Governor Bashir and I wanted to show the region and everybody else that this was a non-political operation. We wanted a Republican and a Democrat to co-found or be the co-chairman of this organization. And that has proven to be an accurate and meaningful point of view. In 2016, when I chaired the House Appropriations Committee, I launched at that time what we called the Abandoned Mine Lands Pilot Program. It was an earmark. Forgive me. It was an earmark. And it has become so successful for coal-producing states, not just Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and us. We put them all together. It's no longer a pilot program. We now call it the Abandoned Mine Lands Economic Revitalization Grant Program. That's a mouthful, but it works. Over the last 7 years, I've been able to secure $165 million for Kentucky alone, including another $25 million this year. We appropriate those funds and then give that money to the states, and let them make the final determination on what projects are to be rewarded. And I want to applaud Governor Bashir and Secretary Goodman from the State Energy and Environment Cabinet for administering the Kentucky Grant Program with great success. Together, we are working to ensure every dollar makes the greatest impact in Eastern Kentucky, and today we are announcing $25 million for 11 different projects that applied for these competitive grants earlier this year. This is part of the SOAR initiative that we're cooperating with. As we announce each award recipient, the project leaders will join us up here on stage for a check presentation and pictures. So I'll announce the first 6 projects, and the governor will then announce the other 6. So the first one is this: $1 million for the Appalachian Country Music Highway 23 Workforce and Tourism Development Project in Floyd County. This funding will be used for modification of the broadcasting studio at the Mountain Arts Center in Prestonsburg, with new production equipment to promote all local talent and vocational training. They expect to create 55 new jobs in Floyd County. So congratulations.
Don't drop the check.
I won't.
That Mountain Arts Center, a project that I worked a long time ago with the local group, has been a magnificent success. And you know, we're the home of country music in East Kentucky. And the more we can do to promote that fact, the better off we all are. Number 2, $900,000 for Impact Outdoor Adventures in Clay County. The funding will be used for the construction of a multi-purpose building, outdoor camping facilities, and a treetop adventure course. I can't wait to try that one. The campground serves 25,000 people each year. They expect to create several new jobs. So congratulations, Clay County. Clay County has come so far. You remember when we had the outbreak of OxyContin addiction problems? Clay County was ground zero. And they have created an effort to combat that problem. In fact, it's where Unite got its start on lawful narcotics investigations, treatment, education. Now a nationally known organization fighting opioid addiction. It started in Clay County, Kentucky. Number 3, $1.2 million for the KCEOC Community Action Partnership in Knox County. The funding will be used to develop the new Southeast Transportation Training Center, where students can earn a CDL license and become certified diesel mechanics. They expect to train more than 300 students in the first 3 years. So congratulations to Knox County.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, very great.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, some of you know Bob Mitchell, my former chief of staff for the district. Mike Mitchell, in front there, is the new county judge of Knox County. It's Bob's brother. Number 4, $1.6 million for the McCreary County Heritage Foundation. Funding will be used to construct a new RV park and campground, including 36 RV spaces, a playground, pavilion, bathhouse, and more. They expect to serve 47,000 people annually. This project will create several new jobs. Congratulations to McCreary County. Congratulations to McCreary County. Number 5, $1.7 million for the East Kentucky Heritage Foundation. The funding will be used to build the new Raven Rock Resort, including an 8,500 square foot lodge near Jenkins. This project will create jobs and spur the regional tourism industry. Congratulations. And number 6, $2 million for the Royalton Trail Town. The funding will be used for the second phase of development for the Royalton Trail Town, which includes a new visitor center, entertainment space, and it will create several new jobs. So congratulations to Royalton. Governor Beshear will come forward now and do the honor of announcing the last 5 projects. Governor.
Thank you. All right, I'm going from Vanna to Pat Sajak. I would be remiss. We have a lot of our local leaders, mayor, judge, from counties that underwent that flooding. Your leadership during it was heroic, whether it was helping to evacuate a neighborhood that we thought would get flooded or everything you all were doing. We didn't have a chance to thank them for their great work. All right, so the next award is about building up our agri-tech industry, where Eastern Kentucky is not becoming, it has already become the agri-tech capital of the United States of America, and we want to continue to invest. So this next award is for Cold Storage LLC, which was selected to receive $6.6 million for the installation of an apple packing and sorting facility in an existing building in Martin County. The project is projected to create more than 50 jobs. With the team members of Cold Storage LLC, come on up, including Bernie Kosar, to accept this check.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please. I'll stand over here.
Come on, make us look good.
You're going to make me look short. All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the next announcement is because we all deserve to be and feel safe in our communities. That takes the great work of our law enforcement, of our firefighters, and for emergency management and 911 services. So the next award winner is the Elliott County Fiscal Court, which was selected to receive $4.6 million to construct Emergency Services 911 Center. It's going to better protect 7,500 people in the region. Judge Lewis, congratulations. There we go. Got it? There we go. We worked it out. All right. Congratulations. The next is about economic development. The Magoffin County Fiscal Court was selected to receive $1 million to construct a build-ready certified site for a 50,000 square foot facility in Magoffin County at the Gifford Road Industrial Park. Once complete, the project will employ 50 people. Judge Wireman, if you'd come on up, congratulations. The next is not only about economic development, it's about acquiring some land with a commitment from a company already ready to go on it. So the next award is to the Floyd County Fiscal Court and the City of Prestonsburg. They're being awarded $3 million to purchase the 58 acres to develop the Thunder Ridge Industrial Park, where Boxvana intends to construct a 200,000 square foot facility. Boxvana of Kentucky LLC has already committed to creating 50 good-paying jobs on that site. you just kind of look.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
And for our last one, it's about ensuring, again, clean water, clean sewers, something all of our people deserve. So the Wolfe County Sanitation District was selected to receive $1.4 million for the Hazel Green Wastewater Collection System Phase 1, which will create an 80,000 gallon per day wastewater treatment plant in Wolfe County. It's going to serve 3 existing businesses, 26 homes. It's going to make sure that our people can live in the health and the conditions that we all deserve to live in. I'd like to invite the representatives from the district to come on up. I'll stand over here with you. Yeah. There we go. We want to put that just a little that way. All right. Congratulations. I want to congratulate each and every one of these award winners. Every single one was the idea of the community which received that award. Every single one was about an individual community knowing how to move itself ahead. Let's thank Congressman Rogers again for getting this money appropriated. And let's continue every time we have those extra dollars, every single time we have an opportunity to move our families ahead, to create those new jobs, to build that new infrastructure, and to give our kids and grandkids a better life. Thank y'all.
Congratulations to all these recipients. There are projects that were applied for that didn't make it. Hang on. There's another year coming up, so let's be about it. Let's get to work. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your ideas and your devotion and your contributions to Eastern Kentucky. You're great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for all your great work. Mayor Thomas.
For every new adventure, there's a reason. When Alexander Graham Bell invented the phone, he said, "The day will come when the man at the telephone will be able to see the distant person to whom he is speaking." For 30 years, Appalachian Wireless has provided wireless communication to Appalachia while working behind the scenes to build critical infrastructure for our communities. With the emergence of modern-day technology, connectivity has become ubiquitous in our daily lives and today's world. With internet data volume set to quadruple, driven by an increase in gaming, work from home, e-learning opportunities, and e-commerce, the capability to headquarter every aspect of our lives from the palms of our hands is available due to the evolution of modern-day telephones and data capabilities.
So we certainly have seen a growth in usage of cellular devices in our area. I think it's fair to say a lot of that was spurred on by COVID and that reliance that people had with their smartphones and with their computers and tablets. I think after that, it really showed just how important, and whenever people have that sort of capability that we offer, we certainly welcome and expect there to be an increase in the traffic that is consumed, and we're well prepared for that.
Appalachian Wireless and East Kentucky Network are raising the bar to help Appalachia gain momentum during this technology revolution.
Here at East Kentucky Network, we have recognized the need in Appalachia for a data center. So we have decided to construct and operate a Tier 3 data center to support different type solutions for the businesses in Eastern Kentucky. We're bringing hosted solutions that provides many services, along with cybersecurity and other items of interest to some of the medium to larger sized businesses in order to help protect and serve our business customers better and also attract new businesses to come to our region. In the fall of 2019, our vision became a reality when we broke ground to begin construction for the data center.
The East Kentucky Network Data Center is a 16,000 square foot Tier 3 data facility that brings advanced and essential enterprise and data solutions to our region. Our certified Tier 3 facility allows businesses to have the option to house their computer systems in a secure and redundant environment, safe from flooding and other natural disasters, right here in Eastern Kentucky. Bringing this type of facility online will help to provide lower IT costs, simplified processes, scalability opportunities, redundancy, and reduce customers' need for qualified IT personnel. We know how Appalachia wants to do business, and we want to help provide those solutions from the comforts of your backyard, from a team you've grown to know and trust.
Appalachian Wireless has the cellular network, East Kentucky Network has the fiber ring. When those two pieces meet in the middle, the Appalachian Wireless IT department is here to tie those pieces together, maintain the routers and switches that make all of this possible at the network core, as well as maintaining all of the servers and applications that run on top of that network to help deliver the ultimate end user experience to both our wireless customers and our internal employees.
In today's economic landscape, it is vital that these businesses have accessible fiber. The ability to be able to connect with other companies around the United States is key in growing these businesses. In order to support Eastern Kentucky economically and bring in the types of jobs that we're all looking to create, fiber is an absolute necessity. Our network is able to go out to these businesses and connect them to the outside world. We hope by providing this infrastructure that it can create sustainable jobs and growth through the region.
Companies might not have the capabilities to build on-site data centers, so modernizing their existing data center facilities and expanding their data center footprint to edge locations is ideal for budgetary concerns.
So what clients are going to be looking for that we're going to provide is physical security, access control, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week access for their employees to get in here to do work if they need to. Power backup systems are critical. The cooling systems are critical. Our backbone getting to the outside world will also be critical. Everything is redundant.
We were able to use the unique topography of Eastern Kentucky to design a top-notch facility for our clients. One that sits high on the mountaintop with few flooding concerns, all while taking advantage of the security and low visibility of our region.
Our values and mission at Appalachian Wireless and East Kentucky Network are rooted deep in our heritage. Providing a data center that's accessible, protected, secure, and local is part of our contribution to keep Appalachia connected. As our region searches for solutions to the many challenges our communities face, the team at Appalachian Wireless and East Kentucky Network are working to build, service, and connect Appalachia. The emergence of technology to help communities is here. If we want to keep our families together, we have to work together to keep Appalachia connected. Our families, friends, communities, schools, and jobs all depend on it. Let's stay connected, one phone, one customer, and one connection at a time. We are you. We are Appalachian Wireless and East Kentucky Network.
Hello, I am Donovan Blackburn. I have the pleasure of leading Pikeville Medical Center as its president and CEO for nearly 5 years. During this time, we had celebrated many accomplishments and worked tremendously hard to bring the future of healthcare into the present. Healthcare is our region's top industry, both in economic impact and employment. Over the past couple of years, there have been numerous announcements at Pikeville Medical Center that represents millions of dollars in capital investments. When you look back over the past 5 years, thanks to our amazing state and federal leaders like Gail Manchin, Congressman Hal Rogers, and Governor Andy Beshear, PMC has received over $26 million in state and federal grants. This funding has and continues to create many new jobs, enhanced accessibility to medical technology, creates numerous healthcare educational offerings, and is forever changing the landscapes of how both primary care and advanced healthcare will be offered throughout the region we serve. The advancements this funding has provided has significantly enhanced the opportunities to create new jobs while allowing us to improve the quality and capability of healthcare in our region. Advancements in technology have ushered in a new era to improve the accessibility and effectiveness of care, which undoubtedly plays a key role in healthcare's future, especially in Eastern Kentucky. The evolution of technology, specifically in the medical field, is helping move PMC forward. I am referring to the rapid exchange of patient data, allowing providers to better understand the context of patients' overall health. Improving our electronic health record system means patients have better access through MyChart to their labs, care plans, and medical histories from various providers at other medical facilities. This information is now available in minutes or even seconds, not days or weeks. This allows medical providers to make a clear diagnosis and develop the most effective care plan in less time. Just a few years ago, PMC invested to relocate the Lawson Cancer Center to PMC's main campus, consolidating all oncology services into one centralized location. By doing this, we were able to provide our patients with many additional advantages and conveniences, like an exclusive chemotherapy pharmacy. Through some of the grants I previously mentioned, the Lawson Cancer Center at PMC now offers state-of-the-art equipment equal to or more advanced than anywhere else in the state, which plays a pivotal role, particularly in providing advanced radiation therapy. This year, PMC was able to add not one, but 2 linear accelerators, which utilize some of the most advanced software and technology available on the market today, allowing us to treat existing and new cancers better than ever before with pinpoint accuracy. Grant funding has also allowed us to purchase additional equipment and expand the footprint of the Lawson Cancer Center at PMC. This will give us the ability to serve additional patients and provide advanced treatment without them having to travel away from their homes and families. We appreciate Congressman Rogers, Governor Beshear, and so many others who graciously support and help PMC excel, both now and in the future. Next is our intense focus on heart disease, which unfortunately is profound in our region. At Pikeville Medical Center's Heart and Vascular Institute, we realize we have a responsibility to meet our patients' needs with the most advanced diagnostic and treatment capabilities available in healthcare today. A giant leap was taken in 2021 with the installation of 3 new state-of-the-art interventional cardiac cath labs. Pikeville Medical Center has created one of the nation's newest and most comprehensive heart and vascular institutes right here in the heart of Eastern Kentucky. This $35.2 million project encompasses more than 26,000 square feet. The PMC orthopedic program has been ranked #1 in the state for hip replacement, hip fracture care, and total knee replacement. We are proud to be the only hospital in Kentucky to be certified by the Joint Commission in all 3 categories. In December of 2021, we opened our region's only children's hospital, the Metu Children's Hospital here at PMC, and have since added new pediatric specialty service lines. With an intense focus on pediatrics over the past couple of years, we have launched our new Healthy at School telehealth virtual platform. We doubled the size of our NICU from 8 to 16 beds and became an advanced level 2 NICU unit. We also opened our new pediatric clinic and pediatric emergency department, both designed to be child-friendly, which will put our youngest patients at ease when visiting a doctor or hospital. We are extremely proud to have opened not only Eastern Kentucky's only autism center, which also happens to be the nation's single largest center with over 27,000 square feet of space, offering ABA, speech, occupational, and feeding therapy. At the AVA Center, we also administer ADOS testing to diagnose our kids who may be on the spectrum. The Appalachian Valley Autism Center, or AVA Center, will also be opening our 2nd location in Prestonsburg this week. All these pediatric services not only provide outstanding needed services, but also keep our youngest patients at home near their families, while creating many new jobs for our region. At Pikeville Medical Center, we pride ourselves in continually striving to add new, cutting-edge technology and other advancements. We are currently able to perform many operations with previously unachievable precision and offer additional equipment including a new PET scan, new CT scanner, and much more than I have time to mention here today. In addition to our physical equipment, PMC, as well as so many other industries represented here today, has also been forced to examine what the future looks like for healthcare employment. PMC, with the help of so many others, is leading the state with our new workforce development initiative and has seen amazing results coming from Project HEART, which stands for Healthcare Employment Around Regional Training. It began 4 years ago as an ideal first discussed over dinner between myself, Congressman Rogers, and has been fully supported by Governor Beshear along with several state and local leaders. It quickly grew into a concentrated effort to combat the staffing shortage in the nursing industry that existed and still exists today. Over the past year, the growth of the Project HEART initiative increased exponentially, both in speed and in the number of businesses that chose to participate. It quickly expanded beyond its original target of the nursing shortage and soon encompassed even more healthcare careers and created amazing opportunities. Pikeville will go from just last year hosting 80 nursing seats to nearly 300 by next year. The Project HEART initiative now consists of several colleges and universities that have either created or expanded programs to educate and train more healthcare professionals than ever before. I'm extremely proud to say that it has never been as easy for someone to go to school to obtain an associate's degree, to enter the medical field than it is right now. Our program now encompasses many new technical positions besides nursing. We are creating jobs while working with higher education to create long-lasting career opportunities. Our workforce future is indeed bright. We recently celebrated nearly $26 million in additional pledges and commitments by the dozens of collaborators involved with Project HEART. Together, we have tackled one of the largest problems that have ever faced our region. We are nowhere close to being finished, and we still have a long way to go. However, that's why we are here today, right? To celebrate our accomplishments and to look into the future.
Now, please welcome Pikeville Medical Center CEO, Donovan Blackburn.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address this amazing group gathered here today for the 2022 SOAR Summit. As you just saw, Pikeville Medical Center is celebrating many accomplishments, most of which would not be possible without having been part of a collaborative effort. Collaboration and teamwork is what SOAR was founded upon, and it is amazing to see that it's still thriving here today. For those of you that are here today who have contributed to Project HEART in some way, I want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my own heart. It is because of this example of working together we achieve a dual purpose of offering exceptional health care for the people of our region while also providing outstanding educational and career opportunities right here at home with great pay and amazing benefits. Earlier today, I was joined by Congressman Rogers, Governor Beshear, Rothke Atkins, and many others as we cut the ribbon for our ABA Center located in Prestonsburg. We had no idea how great the need was for ABA autism services in our region until we opened the original Appalachian Valley Autism Center in Pikeville just a little over 2 years ago. In the short time, we have been able to accommodate nearly 100 learners in Pikeville. We hope to soon grow that number by an additional 25 learners in our new Prestonsburg location. On top of providing great service, we have already created 61 new jobs and growing daily at the ABA Center. The need is still so great, with over 520 remaining kids between the ages of 2 and 10 on our wait list. So as today's theme is about looking into the future and working together for a better tomorrow, I can assure you that Pikeville Medical Center is already looking at options for not only expanding the ABA Center, but other specialty healthcare services as well. We also value and look forward to our continued working relationship with our healthcare partners like ARH and Mountain Comprehensive Care. As long as there are medical needs in Eastern Kentucky, Pikeville Medical Center, as the single largest regional transfer hospital in our region, will continue striving to find ways to meet as many of those needs as possible. And with the help of the leadership of Governor Andy Beshear and Congressman Hal Rogers, there is no doubt we will continue to achieve our mission. Thank you and have a great summit.
Please welcome the Center on Rural Innovation's Mark Rembert.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be here from the Center on Rural Innovation to talk to you, I think, about one of the most interesting and exciting trends shaping the U.S. economy today and shaping rural communities, which is remote work. So just a little bit of background on the Center on Rural Innovation. We are a national nonprofit organization that is committed to the belief that small towns are home to big ideas. And we believe that the future of the tech economy should be rooted in rural America. We support a network and work with a network of over 30 rural communities across the country that are advancing tech-based economic development with partner organizations on the ground, including SOAR here in Eastern Kentucky. And I'm the director of research at Corey, and part of our research agenda is really to bring attention to the growth of the tech economy in rural America and identify policies and strategies that community leaders in rural communities can adopt to help build tech economies. And a big part of that, I think one of the most common questions we get is about remote work and how rural communities can leverage remote work. And as you all know, we're in the midst of this massive remote work experiment. Prior to the pandemic, 5, maybe 6% of people nationally worked remotely. But in May of 2020, at the sort of peak of the pandemic shutdowns, 35% of the American workforce started working from home because of the pandemic. Millions and millions of people who had never worked from home were working from home for the first time. In fact, in 2021, 26 million Americans reported that they were working from home, including 1.6 million people living in rural America. And so people now in the United States have more flexibility in where to live than they've ever had before because of remote work. Now you can see in this graph that the rates of remote work have been trending downward as people have been going back into the office. But things have changed fundamentally, and I think we can expect that remote work is here to stay and will probably continue to grow going forward. And there are a few reasons why. One is that millions of people have experienced remote work for the first time. Many of them have discovered they really like remote work and have said going forward that they would prefer to work remotely for the rest of their careers. Additionally, there's been a massive investment in technology to support remote work. Just after the pandemic, the number of patents for technologies related to remote work more than doubled. I imagine that in 10 years, when we look back at how we work remotely today, we will probably laugh at the technology that we're currently using. And this presents really fantastic opportunities for rural communities for a couple of reasons. One is that it expands the career opportunities that are available to people living in rural communities. Second, it provides an opportunity to diversify rural economies. And third, it creates new opportunities for rural communities to leverage their amazing community assets to attract new residents. One of the things that we've really learned through the pandemic is that some occupations and jobs are really well suited for remote work and others aren't. These probably aren't a surprise to you. Jobs in tech, in management, in sales, in business and financial operations are really good remote jobs. Whereas some jobs like food production or manufacturing jobs just can't be done remotely and have to be done in person. And this fact, the fact that there is a strong relationship between certain jobs and remote work, means that from a regional or community perspective, the mix of jobs that people in your community do will really determine the extent to which remote work will have an impact in your community. So if we look back over the last several years between 2019 and 2021, the communities who had a mix of occupations in their community that were very suited for remote work saw the largest increase in actual remote work during the pandemic. And this helps us give a sense of what is the potential in rural communities today for people who are already in jobs that are suitable for remote work or have high remote work potential. And if we look at Eastern Kentucky, about a third of people today work in jobs with a high remote work potential, which is just in line with the rest of rural America, although a little bit behind the rest of the country. And because occupational mix is so critical for shaping remote work potential, we can see that some communities in the region are going to be in different starting places in thinking about how to leverage remote work in your communities today based on the mix of people and the jobs that they're doing and how closely those jobs align with remote work. But that doesn't mean that every community doesn't have something that it can do to leverage this movement, this remote work revolution. So when we think about what it takes for a community to be remote work ready, there are sort of three things that we've seen in practices as we've worked with communities all across the country. So first is understanding who your remote workers are. And I'll talk a little bit about different remote worker types. Different types have different needs and create different opportunities for the community. Second is putting in place supports that are particularly tailored to the needs of remote workers. And then third is developing supportive ecosystems that allow remote workers to tap into those supports and resources. And so when we think about, for your community, thinking about a remote work strategy, I'd encourage you to think about three types of remote workers and thinking about their specific needs. So first are hybrid remote workers. These are people who may work part-time in an office and part-time from home. And going forward, there are probably going to be many, many people in this sort of hybrid remote work environment. Second are what we call local remote workers. These are people from your communities who are transitioning from a job that was primarily local and in person to a job that is fully remote. And then third are what we call new locals. And these are people who have a remote job today but live elsewhere and bring that job to your community. So in thinking about how to leverage remote work in your regions or in your communities, it's important to think about remote work not as just a piece, but part of a broad economic development framework. And so at the most critical sort of piece of infrastructure they need for remote work is broadband. And I know there's tons of content at the conference this week on broadband, so I'm not going to go into that. I think everybody here agrees that broadband is critical. The second element to really think about are supports for remote workers. And there are some very specific things that remote workers need that might be different than other workers in your community. First is training in skills that align with remote work jobs. And as I mentioned, certain jobs are very conducive to remote work, others aren't. And it's really important to understand the occupational mix in your community today, and also be aware of what are the jobs that are perhaps outside of your community, and how do you build training and workforce development to help people develop the skills that are aligned with those jobs, not necessarily the jobs that are just immediately in your community today. Second are professional development for remote workers. Remote workers, one of the biggest challenges that remote workers report facing is loneliness and lack of connection to colleagues. And so making sure that there are opportunities for remote workers to connect and network and build themselves professionally while working from home. And then third are co-working spaces, which we see as critical assets in rural communities today because they provide that physical space where coworkers can go to get broadband, to get professional development, and to network and find community. And then the third element of a remote work strategy really has to focus on quality of life. Because in a sense, we think about economic development often as competing for investment from companies. And so we think about how do we leverage the assets of our community in a way that best aligns with the interest of companies. But when we're thinking about remote work, we have to think about how do we leverage the assets of our community to align with the interests of families, of workers, of people. So things like housing, quality of life, education, childcare, affordable housing, all of those elements of quality of life are absolutely critical to building a successful remote work strategy in your community. So I want to wrap up by talking about one fantastic example of a rural community that's really putting this framework into practice, and that's Marquette, Michigan. They're in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, very, very remote. And they saw an opportunity to really leverage the fact that they have incredible natural resources to be a destination for remote workers. And so it started out as a partnership between 3 key entities in the community: their sort of innovation hub, which supports entrepreneurs and investors, their local university, Northern Michigan University, and the Tourism Bureau. And they got together and came up with an incredible marketing campaign that really featured the assets of the community in a new way, primarily focused on remote workers. They then leveraged their university's alumni network to get that marketing campaign out, not just targeting anybody in the world and saying, come to our community, but really honing in on the people who had an established connection with their community, people who went to the university, who might have a desire to come back and make a home in a community that they didn't think they could have before remote work. And then finally, they made some key investments in infrastructure and in training. So they renovated a historic building in their downtown and turned it into a co-working space. And they launched a really innovative cybersecurity program to provide workforce development opportunities for people in their community aligned specifically with jobs that have a high potential for remote work. So when we think about what your community can do to get started, a few suggestions. And the first is to find the people who are already working remotely in your community, to have a conversation with them, to learn what's working for them, to learn what their challenges are. There are likely people who are already in this position, so start with them and learn from what they can share. Then it's really critical to understand the occupation mix in your community, to understand what are the jobs that are already in place that have remote work potential. And those are opportunities to help people in your community who might have interest in remote work but may not know how to pursue those career options. Third, really look at your workforce development infrastructure and ask, are we aligning our training opportunities with the occupations and jobs that have the most remote work potential? And then finally, convene cross-sector players. This has to really be a systems effort. It's not a single activity. You need a lot of players at the table: workforce, economic development, higher ed, community planning. Anybody who's involved with developing the quality of life assets of your community need to be at the table to think about how can your community best leverage remote work. So with that, if you'd like to learn more about our research, you can find us at ruralinnovation.us/resources. And I look forward to talking to you at the reception. Thanks.
My name is Sabrina McQuarter, and I'm the Manager of Business and Innovation for SOAR. Our business and innovation team work each and every day with small businesses from across the region. And so it's really important that we aren't just helping them grow their business, but we're providing next steps. And that next step is a pitch competition where they are able to network, to gain mentorship, and to gain confidence. This is the 4th Startup Appalachia Pitch Competition, and it might have been the most fun. We had 6 incredible businesses from across Eastern Kentucky, and it was such an incredible event. All the finalists were just top-notch. Our business and innovation team of champions went above and beyond to prepare these finalists for the big day, and they really exceeded all expectations.
I was honored to be at the competition, and obviously you think in advance about what you think the competition is going to be like and what the ideas are going to be about and the quality of the ideas and the presentations, and it far exceeded anything that I had thought prior to being here.
Each year we try to take it to the next level. One thing that we really wanted to bring this year was the ability to have some superb judges who also led to next steps. So we had investors, we had our folks from Kentucky Innovation, we had an outside perspective with our partners there at Corey. So it was amazing to see 3 very broad perspectives from our judges.
I'm Molly Pyle. I'm the head of entrepreneurship for the Center on Rural Innovation. From a judge's perspective, this has been such an inspiring pitch event. I see so many different pitch competitions across the country, and I'm just really blown away with the innovation and the enthusiasm that we saw here. And one thing that particularly stood out to me was how many of these entrepreneurs were really focused on bringing the impact of their entrepreneurship back home to their community or to the Eastern Kentucky region. So I thought that was really incredible, and they should all feel incredibly proud of themselves.
One of my favorite parts about the pitch competition is really seeing the business's confidence grow. Throughout the process, they learn things about themselves, they learn about opportunities that they didn't even know were possible, and then by the time they get up on the stage, their business has already expanded and grown, but then when they get up there, they gain this level of confidence to where they can go out and give an elevator pitch to that next investor, to that next networking opportunity. You know, the natural collaboration that happens is just magical. And this year, it was a really amazing group of individuals and a very tough call for our judges.
My name is Dr. Kyle Mann, and I am from Columbia, Kentucky, and the business that I represent is Upscore Test Prep. To participate in this competition allowed me to display my product and show it off to business leaders and professionals in Eastern Kentucky. Upscore's next step will be to finish website development, and then we will be working with schools and programs to partner for the upcoming school year.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Schroer, and I'm the owner of Reimagines in Somerset, Kentucky. The pitch competition was a great experience for me. My favorite part was meeting all of the other entrepreneurs. We're really there to cheer each other on, and getting to see their products and work with them and sometimes create things for them. That was just an awesome opportunity, and I'm so glad that I participated in the pitch. So next to Reimagines, I would like to purchase a laminator. That way I can do more large-scale projects like car wraps and big outdoor signage to keep that printer running.
My name's Dakota Hoskins. I'm the owner-operator of Safari Solutions, and we are located in Liberty, Kentucky. What's next for Safari Solutions? I think we definitely need to work on protection for this product. We obviously have a lot of interest in it. And additionally, we've been invited to attend the car wash show in Amsterdam in Canada, and I hope to start getting in those markets.
Our finalists here, they're already working together, and I know that they've developed some really incredible bonds with each other.
The advice I give to other entrepreneurs in Appalachia is to meet as many other business owners as you can. Small businesses need to come together, and you really are each other's best supporters. You know what it's like.
Small business is the bread and butter of our institution. It's what makes us who we are today.
I just couldn't be more excited for the future of entrepreneurship and innovation here in Eastern Kentucky. It's really exciting, and it's really looking bright based on what we've seen here today, and I know that SOAR is going to help folks take it to the next level.
If you have an idea, it can become a reality, and reach out to SOAR and those other local programs to help make that a reality, because you can do it.
SOAR has created a wonderful resource for entrepreneurs. You can download our complete guide to entrepreneurship on our website.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name's Dakota Hoskins. I'm 23 years old, and I'm the owner-operator of Safari Solutions. It's truly an honor. Thank you. It's truly an honor to be back on stage with you guys since winning the pitch in June with the SOAR Summit. And I'm excited to share the growth of our company since then and what's to come. So just a little background on the product for those who maybe aren't as familiar. We specialize in barcode scanners for the car wash industry. And these are a fixed mount barcode scanner, so they can be added to virtually any kiosk for a fraction of the price of a new machine. So since the summit, we've been in New Jersey, Atlantic City for our most recent trade show 2 weeks ago. And we've continually seen added interest to the product, and we're getting these units all across the U.S. We've had around 20 units since the last SOAR Summit event. And that's great to see these units going across the U.S. And soon we hope to really be reaching out to our Canadian and the other markets around the globe. So just a brief overview on how our product works. The customer buys the scanner and mounts it on their existing kiosk. And then our high-tech software and our controller does all of the barcode management in the background. So with this solution, we can easily implement text marketing or direct mail for a free car wash in an effort to grow operators' unlimited programs. So this can easily double the revenue of a car wash. And that really makes our product an easy sell to the end user. Just a little bit about growth and what's next to come. We've really improved our hardware since the last pitch in June. We've fixed numerous bugs, and we're almost at 100% reliability with the individual units now. We're also working on a cellular unit for locations that may not have internet access, or with remote vacuums or something, we're running an internet cable is not available. And we're also working on new partnerships. We're now the recommended barcode partner for all of the top car wash marketing companies today. So they're reaching out to us. I'm not having to go out and reach out to the people who need these units as much now. And, also, we just encourage all the other young entrepreneurs out there today. If your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough. And with the help of SOAR, you can truly accomplish any product or goal if you set your mind to it. But I just want to extend a huge thank you to Sabrina and all the team at SOAR, Community Trust Bank, and Governor Beshear and Hal Rogers for making this a reality. And the growth in Eastern Kentucky is just going to be astronomical. We're hiring high-tech programmers, and we really hope to promote growth in Eastern Kentucky and grow the car wash industry as a whole. Thank you.
Please welcome Kentucky Commissioner of Agriculture, Ryan Quarles.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me back to the SOAR Summit. It is October, it's harvest time across Kentucky, which means we're adding pumpkin spice to just about anything on the menu. October is also a fun month for me. It's home of 3 seasons: football season, basketball season and deer season right around the corner. So thanks for having me today. Congressman Rogers, thank you for having the vision years ago to collaborate with our local officials for a regional approach. And I, for one, am glad to call you Dean Rogers at this point. Congratulations. Before we talk about Kentucky Proud, I just want to say that our office continues to work with the flood-affected counties across the region. And we have worked with the Kentucky Farm Bureau and your extension agents to raise over $300,000 to help our farm community out, to help network and provide funding for gaps where FEMA and other organizations, we're working with them right now. So please keep our farmers in your prayers as well. At this point, COVID has affected everybody in this room and for those watching at home. There are two groups of people in my book that deserve accolades. Number one, our healthcare heroes who continue to keep us safe in our hospitals, long-term care facilities, and nursing homes. But if there's a second group of people, it would be our hardworking men and women who provide the food and fiber, who put food on our table every single night. Because when our economy was shut down and restaurants were shut down and people like myself had to learn how to cook again, it was our farmers who got out, rose to the challenge, and kept a hungry state, a hungry nation, and let's face it, the Kentucky farmer feeds countless millions across the world as well. So let's give them a round of applause. They could not Zoom it in. Our farmers did not have any telecommute days. Now, we learned a thing or two during COVID, including supply chain issues, which continue to affect the agricultural and food economy. We immediately acted in Frankfurt to do something that's rare. We were proactive with trying to figure out ways to process, particularly meat, here in Kentucky, instead of being reliant upon those companies out in the Midwest. We invested $7 million of tobacco settlement dollars into 30 different USDA meat processing plants, including several in eastern Kentucky, so that we can not only breed the animals here, feed the animals, finish them out, but let's slap that Kentucky Proud sticker on the side of it and have a locally sourced protein. And the best part about this is that as our schools go back to normal operation, we are working every day to put Kentucky Proud, Appalachia Proud products onto the school lunch menus in our public school systems. Just 10 years ago, less than 10% of the schools in Kentucky had locally sourced food on the menu. Today, over 80% of our schools are using Kentucky Proud and our Farm to Table program, which encourages local farmers to make that investment, perhaps in a high tunnel, so that they can feed the biggest buyer of food in every county in Kentucky, their school systems. And speaking of local agriculture, our farmers markets continue to flourish, especially in eastern Kentucky. And we have a really nice one just down the road here in Pikeville. And just a few weeks ago, we cut the ribbon on a brand new farmers market in Rockcastle County. If you're a local official, a county judge, magistrate or commissioner, and you would like to have information on how to improve your farmers market, please contact my office. You're eligible for up to $250,000 to help build a new farmers market in your hometown as well. And speaking of our programs, my office now manages over $100 million of tobacco settlement funds. These funds are here to help you all and help our farmers and help our processors as well. My staff is here today. They'll be here tomorrow. And one of the programs that we have is that we like to partner with new and beginning farmers, and we provide a loan program at 2.75% interest rate. Pretty good rates if you look at what's going on right now. So please let us know how we can be helpful as well. I'm excited about the ARC grants that are focused on agriculture, Congressman, including $1.5 million for U-Pike, $1.4 million for the Kentucky Horticultural Council to help our farmers get back into the business of growing produce as well, and also help train people who may not have dirt on their boots choose agriculture as a career. So $1.1 million going to KCTCS as well. And lastly, we run an iconic program at the Kentucky Department of Agriculture that I hope you are familiar with, Kentucky Proud. But here in Eastern Kentucky, we have an additional program that's reserved just for those producers that produce food and fiber right here in Eastern Kentucky. It overlaps with the ARC counties. And for folks like Joyce Pinson in the audience, we have a program and a logo called Appalachia Proud. It's a subset of Kentucky Proud. The program is absolutely free, so please let us know how it can be helpful as well. Now, we also have big issues in agriculture, including inflation, increased energy costs, increased fuel costs right now, and a workforce development crisis. But in my opinion, our best days are ahead of us, especially in Eastern Kentucky. I have a bold vision, one that helps capture our high-tech remote jobs that we just heard about a second ago, one that creates a tourist epicenter for not just Eastern Kentucky, but for the region. We have a lot of energy, both in agriculture and timber and natural resources that need to be unleashed in Eastern Kentucky, and of course, a robust agricultural economy as well. Now, tomorrow, you'll get to literally taste the produce of local producers. So I hope you enjoy your lunch. We're glad to be a sponsor of that. And for those of us who grew up in agriculture that may one day enjoy a day at the races like Keeneland, I like to say, in Kentucky, it may be hard to pick a winning horse, but it's easy to pick Kentucky Proud. Thank you all so much for your time.
Please welcome Boone's Ridge CEO David Ledford.
Hello, I'm David Ledford, the CEO of the Appalachian Wildlife Foundation. We are building Boone's Ridge, which will be a national tourism destination in Bell County. It was in December of 2013 at the first ever SOAR Summit here in Pikeville that I first spoke about this project publicly in one of the breakout sessions. On that cold, icy, and snowy day in December, we had a big idea and not much else. Frank Allen, the chairman of my board, and I were just two guys in a truck with a big, bold, audacious idea. Now, almost 9 years later, we've come a long way. And a few minutes ago, Dakota Johnson gave a really good quote. He said, if your idea doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. There have been times where our idea has me terrified, so maybe it's big enough. But anyway, in 9 years, we've come a long way. We've secured 12,000 acres. Construction on the 81,000 square foot, $23 million building is progressing very well, and work is underway on many of the other features and attractions we are adding. The site now has public water service, $3 million, electricity, and we've secured over $60 million in federal and state grants, private loans, and donations. We are assembling numerous varied features that will help ensure that we host over 1 million paid attendees annually. These features include the main visitor center building containing wildlife and historic museum displays, art, a theater, a 325-seat restaurant with 110 of those seats being outside, classrooms, and a gift shop. On the grounds will be an arts and cultural center, a small zoo, a butterfly house, children's zoo, bird observatories, a bison enclosure, the biggest, most awesome kids playground in a 5-state area, an abundant wild elk herd, black bears, deer, and over 260 bird species. We are also building and will have the longest aerial gondola ride in North America. And after some study on it, Central America and South America don't have one bigger than we're going to have either. So we're going to have the longest aerial gondola ride in the Western Hemisphere. You'll see a video of that tomorrow. These features, along with our multi-million-dollar marketing and advertising budget and plan, will drive attendance. Our 1 million visitors will not be from the region. they will be tourists that live somewhere else in the U.S. and Canada. Each year, 1 million people will travel to Bell County, which has a population of 26,000, and they'll average spending $167 per person per day. The overall economic impact on the region will exceed $200 million annually. Boones Ridge is a massive undertaking, and getting to this point in our progress has been absolutely brutal at times. But success has been the only option that Frank and I would accept. Boones Ridge will launch a real and impactful tourism industry here in Southeast Kentucky. As a 501c3 nonprofit organization, profits from operations at Boones Ridge will be used to advance our mission of achieving the economic, educational, and ecological enhancement of Southeast Kentucky. To learn more, look at our website at www.boonesridge.com. We got some new pictures put on yesterday of the building construction and the progress we've made. And that's what I got. Thank you.
Should be on. There it is. There I am. All right, well, we're wrapping up here, but hang with me because I just have a few more quick remarks as we think about the vision and looking ahead. And so I think it's important to remember first, again, Congressman Rogers alluded to this, but why was SOAR created? What brought this in to play? 85% of Eastern Kentucky coal production declined between 1990 and 2016, which led to over 10,000 jobs lost and just under, with an average wage of just under $100,000. So 10,000 jobs, $100,000. So that was $1 billion in direct wages and another $580 million in indirect and induced effects, right, with negative impacts to downstream industries like trade and retail, lawyers, engineers, food service, truck drivers, things like that. So that hit, right, and something that Congressman Rogers talks a lot about, plan your work, work your plan. Where do we go next as an Eastern Kentucky region, right? How do we fill those gaps? Congressman Rogers, Governor Steve Beshear at the time, co-founded SOAR, and really our mission was to find how we create high-paying, benefit-providing jobs for more Eastern Kentuckians, the same type that we just lost. And so as we think about what the answer is, it's pretty simple. It's in this room. Over the long term, it's people. It's us as Eastern Kentuckians. It's the business leaders in this room. It's the community leaders. It's the students, the youth that's in this room. Every successful business owner is going to contest to the importance of employees and the importance of having good people work for you. That's what makes the difference. So as I think about us as Eastern Kentuckians and where we need to go as we move into the decades beyond, it's us. It's how do we get better care of ourselves? How do we improve ourselves? How do we upskill ourselves? And so that is where our focus has to be. And so as we think about where are we today, what's our current situation, right? Eastern Kentucky has 13% of all Appalachian Regional Commission counties. So we've got 54 of all 423, but we have nearly 50% of all distressed counties in Eastern Kentucky. So what that means is distressed is bottom 10% of counties nationwide when it comes to 3-year unemployment, trailing unemployment, average unemployment, per capita market income, and the poverty rate. So it's not a recent phenomenon. This is something that when you look at the data, history shows it's been with us. It's been a generational thing. There's been certain things that we've had a harder time overcoming as a region than other parts of Appalachia. Because between 1960 and now, back to when the Appalachian Regional Commission was created, there's been an overall decrease of 62% in the number of distressed counties across the entire territory. But in eastern Kentucky, we've only seen a much more modest increase of 18%. So as I think about what's our plan for the next 10 years, or what are we always working towards, what's our founding, what's our North Star, it's pretty simple. It's eliminate the red. It's eliminate the ruby red that you saw on the graph before. And so looking at what could be driving this, what are some of these issues that have made it a challenge in our region compared to other parts of Appalachia? The first thing I would start is looking at population growth, right? And these are for the 36 distressed counties. So I'm just looking at the 36 distressed counties. Between 1980 and 2022, the 36 distressed counties in eastern Kentucky have lost about 10% of their overall population. And when you compare that to broader population growth, the same time frame for the rest of the country, that's a 47% increase is what the rest of the country has found. And then looking at our labor force, right? The distressed counties in our region, they currently show a 33% labor force participation rate, which means we only have 33% of individuals in these counties either currently working or looking for work. And that's compared to a state average of 58% and a US average of 62%. So this area right between the red and the blue that you see above me, it represents about 420,000 individuals that are currently outside the labor force. And when you dig a little bit deeper inside of that number, actually what you find is about 167,000 of them are between 18 and 65 years old, which I think is significant. And there's it is. So 67% of people in these distressed counties are outside the labor force. From a connectivity standpoint, about 11 out of our 36 counties of the distressed counties, or 11%, have access to internet at broadband speeds, which is now 100 megabits per second down, 20 megabits per second up. And we're lagging the state and the country when it comes to things on the digital equity side of things, like the number of internet subscriptions per household and computing devices. From a health standpoint, we have some work to do over the next 10 years and beyond, because right now, the average Eastern Kentuckian in those distressed counties that I mentioned lives 6 years less than the average American. So when I think about the Blueprint 2.0, this beautiful document that we created to be this community plan that we can work with with cities, with counties to say, where do we go? I'm thinking about it's these areas that we have to start. It's with our people, right? So as we think about over the next 10 years, we set some audacious goals, and these are something that SOAR is going to rally behind, and we hope our communities rally behind too as we go in. So we need to increase our labor force participation rate by 25% over the next 10 years. And if we're able to do that, what's going to happen? That's going to add 150,000 people to the workforce in these distressed counties, which is going to better support local and regional employers and make a strong case to potential employers looking to locate. So that's one goal underneath population growth and workforce development. We need to grow our population base by 5%. That's going to add 32,000 people in those distressed counties across eastern Kentucky. And we need to have a 12% increase in the percentage of 25-year-olds and older with a high school degree or an equivalent of that. And all those things are bringing us to state and national averages, and they're all achievable, right? So looking at connectivity, which is at the top of SOAR's blueprint, it's the top of everything that we do, right? We have to be primed and ready for the digital economy, some of the things that Mark talked about. So what that looks like, 100% countywide access to internet at broadband speeds, that 100 megabits per second down, 20 megabits per second up. We need to have countywide coverage over the next 10 years when that's done. Now's our moment. There's never been more resources devoted to closing the digital divide than now before. We need to increase the percentage of households with broadband internet access by 9%. And if we're able to do that, that has the chance to impact almost 23,000 households and 58,000 individuals in some of our most distressed counties in the region. At the same time, we need to increase the number of households with a computing device by 10% to better help people of all ages, of all backgrounds, access this tremendous resource that the internet is. And from a health standpoint, it's pretty simple. Things like obesity, adult smoking, diabetes, all of these things must be brought into line with broader state averages. And the goal, right, is to let an Eastern Kentuckian live as long as your average Kentuckian and your average American, right? So those are some things that we're thinking about. And in wrapping up today, I think it's important for everybody in this room, everybody can play a role. There's so many different ways for you to get involved with this work at the local level. I'll list some examples here. I can't speak it for you. I can't give you the exact role now, but I don't care where you're coming from today or who you know. Everybody has a part in making Eastern Kentucky the best version of itself. And our time is now. I mean, Mark did a great job laying out some of the trends that are happening in rural areas across America. The pandemic has shifted things, a lot of things in our favor that we didn't have before. So we've never been positioned for this opportunity, right? But it's going to take working together to grab it by the horns and make it come to fruition. So the last thing I'll say, right? What's the future of Eastern Kentucky worth to you? What's it worth? What's it worth to your kids? What's it worth to your friends? Well, for us, it's everything at SOAR, right? But again, it requires us to reach across the aisle, break down county lines, city lines, and work together, because together we're going to be able to go much further than alone. So with that said, I would like to welcome Dr. Burton Webb, the president of the University of Pikeville, and our sponsor for the reception that we're going to wrap up with now. So Dr. Webb, welcome to the podium, and thanks for your support.
In 1889, a couple of Presbyterian missionaries came down from Ohio and Michigan, and they were looking for a place to put a college. And a college back then was really not a whole lot more than what today we would call a glorified high school. It was a chance for people to get together and to learn something, because the kids here in the mountains needed education. They needed a place to go to school. They needed a place to learn. And in 1889, that looked like a high school. So there were about 125 of them who signed up in the first class in 1889, and tuition was a whopping $8. $8 per term, unless it was winter, and then there was a $1 surcharge for coal, because coal was expensive. So you had to be able to heat the building. In 1889, those first Presbyterian missionaries who came here set up the flywheel, and they gave it a turn. And it took a little while, until about the 1920s or 1930s, when we just started to say to ourselves, well, maybe a two-year degree would be a good thing, and maybe an associate's degree with a little bit of technical training would be good, because we need teachers, and we need business people, and we need pastors. And so in the 1920s and 1930s at the Pikeville College, they gave that flywheel another little turn. And then in the 1960s, when the Southern Association of Colleges came along and we decided that we needed to be accredited, they thought, well, maybe a four-year degree. And people thought they were crazy, because who needed a four-year degree in Eastern Kentucky? And so they gave that flywheel another little turn, and they got accredited and started offering bachelor's degrees. And then in 1997, there were a couple of business people in Pikeville and in Paintsville who got tired of constantly losing their physicians, because they'd come here for a couple of years, and then they would leave and go someplace else, and they would lose them from this place. And so they said, we've read a paper somewhere that says if physicians are trained in an area, that they'll stay in that area. Maybe we should start a medical school. And people called them crazy. They said they were nuts, but they started a medical school in 1997, and that flywheel began slowly to turn on its own. A few years later, we noticed that Owsley County was the blindest county in the country, highest rate of preventable blindness in the nation. And all of a sudden, my predecessors said, well, maybe an optometry college would be the thing to do to change the nature of vision in Eastern Kentucky. And they reached over, and the flywheel was turning a little bit, and they gave it a spin. and it started to pick up momentum. And this year at the University of Pikeville, we are founding Eastern Kentucky's first and only College of Dental Health. And the flywheel is starting to spin on its own because this fall, the University of Pikeville had a 40% increase in the number of students who came here for their first year. 40% increase. When colleges all across the Commonwealth are reporting 2 and 3 and 4% growth, 40% growth. You want increased growth in Eastern Kentucky? Where are you, Colby? That's one way to do it, brother. To bring students in, to keep them here, to have them fall in love with this place that we've fallen in love with, because Eastern Kentucky is a place where you can live and thrive and grow. And if we do that, the flywheel will continue to spin because there are great things happening here. So we continue to invest. And the state continues to invest, and the nation continues to invest. A few years ago, there was a guy who came to this town with a crazy idea. His name was Jonathan Webb. He said, we're going to start greenhouses. Now, it didn't work out for us here in Pikeville, and that's okay because they built a 60-acre facility up in Moorhead, and they've got 4 others in Berea, Richmond, and Somerset, I think, is the other one. And those are all going well, but you know what they need? They need a place where people will manufacture the consumable products that they use day in and day out. Cardboard boxes, hooks, clips, all of the things that they need to have every single day. They need a place where they can buy their seeds and seedlings right here in Kentucky rather than going to Canada. And so you know what we did? We said, well, why not make Pikeville that place? And so we applied for an EDA grant and received it. We applied for an ARC grant, which will technically be announced tomorrow, thank you very much, for another $1.5 million. We're $6 million down the path to develop a new industry right here in Eastern Kentucky that will feed another industry that's taking place all across the Commonwealth of Kentucky. You see, we believe that Eastern Kentucky is the place to be and the place to grow, and I know that you are here for that reason. So as we lean into the next 10 years and begin to think about what that next 10 years might look like, think about a workforce that is highly trained, think about a connected place, think about students who don't have to leave to find jobs, because you know what we've discovered here? We produce the same rate of National Merit Honor Society students in Eastern Kentucky that they do anywhere in the United States, and we don't want them to leave anymore. When we first got here 8 years ago, I went to an event at the Rotary Club where they honor valedictorians. There were 30 of them there. One of them was staying in Eastern Kentucky. This last year, we held that same event, and only 5 of them were leaving. 16 of them were coming to the University of Pikeville because they wanted to get on the flywheel and watch it spin, because they wanted to make this place better, and because this is the place they hope to live and invest and raise their families. We would like for you to stay with us for the next few minutes at a reception where we can talk about what's great about Eastern Kentucky and how this is a fantastic place to live. Please stay with us while we flip this room.
My name is Kelly Jo Blair, and this is my story, reimagined. I wanted to be more than just someone's mom or someone's wife, but without education, what else was there? I had 3 children, and they were all 3 in diapers. I was working 40 hours on the weekend, so I had no childcare and things like that. And I realized, I need to do something else. So I was washing dishes, and my kids were running around and fighting, and the Reba McEntire song, Is There a Life Out There, came on. She goes back to school, she has several kids, and she ends up graduating. I was like, yeah, I could do that, I could do that. So I earned my GED certificate. And now I'm in graduate school, and I realize I can be anything I dream of. Through adult education, you can reimagine your story too.
My name is Mason Hampton, and this is my story, reimagined. So as a teenager, when I was growing up, I was just surrounded by substance abuse, and it made things severely difficult for me. But at the end of the day, education was my top priority. And I knew so that I could form a future for myself and have a real career, the GED certificate was my first step of getting there. I reached out to the college at Big Sandy, and I talked to their staff, and I was like, hey, I'm interested in getting my GED. They transferred me to this wonderful staff member that helped me through the entire process. I finished my first year with a 3.8 GPA, and I just feel so good about myself since I got my GED. It's completely turned my life around. I love nursing. I wouldn't be able to be in nursing if it weren't for my GED certificate, so thank goodness. And through adult education, you can reimagine your story too.
To honor America and our Commonwealth, please rise for our national anthem and My Old Kentucky Home by the Johnson Central High School Honor Choir. The colors are being presented by the Pike County Central High School JROTC.
Mark time. March. Group. Hold. Left. Face. Freeze it. Arms.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous skies o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Column left. March.
Good afternoon. I get the distinct pleasure of standing in front of you while you've been sitting awkwardly for a few minutes, so let's have a little time to get started now. My name is Amanda Clark. I'm the External Affairs Manager for Kentucky Power. I'm joined on stage with my counterpart, Bob Shurtleff, who's also External Affairs for Kentucky Power, and of course you know Colby. Welcome to the final session of the 2022 SOAR Summit, and if you would just take a moment to please join me in congratulating the SOAR staff and its board and everybody who had a hand in this conference. A round of applause. Well done, well done, well done. I'm here on behalf of Kentucky Power to speak for just a second about our Kentucky Power Economic Growth Grant. Since 2016, we've been able to put about $4.5 million into 80 projects across our service territory of 20 counties in eastern Kentucky in the realm of site development, economic development education, and supporting organizations like SOAR. We understand the importance of gathering as a region to identify the problems and find solutions to our region to make a better eastern Kentucky. And we support SOAR in all of its efforts to do that. To that end, Kentucky Power is proud to offer its support for the 2023 year of SOAR, and we are proud to present a KPEG award of $100,000 to the organization. Oh, I guess my mic was off. You didn't hear any of that, did you? We are giving SOAR $100,000 for 2023, and we're glad to do it. That's not in there. Congratulations. Where is it?
Well, Bob, Amanda, you guys are welcome back anytime. Well, hey, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Good. It's been a great couple days, so welcome to day 2 here of the 2022 SOAR Summit. Again, thank you to our hosts, the City of Pikeville, Pike County, the Appalachian Wireless Arena. Received numerous remarks on lunch today, how good it was across the board. So thank you to the kitchen staff. Kentucky Fresh Harvest donated the tomatoes today. We bought the lettuce from the Johnson Central App Harvest Container Farm. So it was a community prepared meal, and so thankful for that. Thanks to our corporate sponsors, our event sponsors, Kentucky Adult Education for breakfast this morning, and the Kentucky Proud, Appalachia Proud for lunch today. I'm just going to give one brief remark, and then we're going to get on with the program. As I reflected on yesterday, we talked, again, a lot about the challenges that we have to face as a region over the next 10 years. And we think about the challenges that happened just weeks ago with the flooding. I don't know why some places get dealt the hand they get dealt, but I am a firm believer that the good Lord only gives those battles to the people that can take them on. And I think we as a region are strong enough to take it head on and to persevere. And there's been a lot of positive conversations yesterday and today, and I do think we have what it takes as a region. So we've got another great day of programming planned. So thanks so much for being here. And we're going to hear from Gail Manchin today, the federal co-chair of the Appalachian Regional Commission. Gail, we're so excited to have you and your staff with us. Congressman Rogers and his staff, who has a great team. Mr. Robert Skena from Ragent Corporation. So we really have a great jam-packed final session here. So please tune in and learn something. And again, as we leave here today, it's all about how we translate this back at the community level to get the job done there. So thanks again, and looking forward to a great second day.
Please join us in a moment of silence and reflection to honor those who lost their lives during the recent flooding across eastern Kentucky. Thank you.
We are a region dripping. Dripping with the excess water that found its way into the places we once thought safe and dry. Dripping with exhaustion and fear as the work and weight of everything just looks to be too much. Dripping with heartache and dread as the blessings that once overflowed mixed in with the flowing waters. We are a region coated in debris and the scattered remnants of a reality that no longer exists for many of our people. Coated in mud, layers of caked on dirt replacing the foundation of everything so many people worked so hard to build. Coated in a strange awareness that this isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. We are a region overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by the quickness of change and the shortness of life. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the waters that came and the work and worry they left behind. Overwhelmed at the idea of how to move forward. But we also drip of something more. Love, care, empathy, sympathy, and steadfast spirit. Drip from the bridges and underpinnings as help makes its way home. Hope drips from the tired hands of every person who has worked to clean up and move forward. Reassured by the reaching hands of those who want to pick up their burdens. And the ugly things that coat us are no match for the beautiful things that cover us. We are coated in quilts of possibility, patched together by our neighbors and friends. We are coated in the armor of safety, knowing the floods of life are never faced alone. It's sometimes hard to tell the difference between gray clouds and silver linings, so finding the good things in all of the tragedy is overwhelming in itself. We are overwhelmed with stories of love thy neighbor and look for the helpers, which show the kind of home we have. We are overwhelmed by boots on the ground as the cavalry of compassion shows the rest of the world a truth that looms above all. We are a region standing.
Join us as we salute the first responders and those working to rebuild communities throughout eastern Kentucky.
Of some of the greatest heroes in Kentucky history. The selfless and courageous actions of the people on this stage are what modern-day saints are made of. Had it not been for the first responders who bravely risked their own lives, the death toll in eastern Kentucky would have been much higher. Today, I want to recognize the exemplary activities and action of 2 Kentucky National Guard flight medics who've been heralded by their peers and various agencies for their extraordinary life-saving actions. Staff Sergeant Ryan Hunter and Sergeant First Class Jeremy Lowe, will you please join me at this microphone? In the early morning hours of July 28th, these 2 flight paramedics were activated with the Kentucky Army Guard Detachment Number 1, Charlie Company, 238th Aviation Regiment, to conduct search and rescue operations in eastern Kentucky. One of their first and most difficult rescues occurred in Perry County, where a family of 5 was trapped in their attic, surrounded by downed power lines in the rushing water and dangerous debris like telephone poles, vehicles, even houses torn from their foundation. The risk to life was abundantly clear. Working alongside Kentucky State Police and a Wolfe County search and rescue boat team, 3 members of the family were pulled to safety before encountering a mechanical problem. Together, Hunter and Lowe initiated a brave plan to save the remaining 2 individuals despite the raw force of the water, the tenuous footing on the metal roof, and the risk of being swept away. Using webbing and locking gear, Staff Sergeant Hunter fashioned a rope and acted as an anchor to lower Sergeant First Class Lowe with his flotation device into the rushing flood waters and guided him to the attic window. Staff Sergeant Hunter worked his way back to the roof's peak through treacherous conditions and coordinated hoist operations with skilled pilots at the helm, who successfully lowered the rescue basket twice to save the remaining 2 flood survivors. The flight medics were then lifted off the roof one at a time by a bare hook, rising victoriously above the flooded home to safety. That same day, they went on to conduct more than 40 air hoist missions and saved more than 80 Kentuckians. The skilled and courageous acts of the 2 medevac crews are worthy of the highest honor. Today, I salute these brave guardsmen and have a tribute for them that has been recorded in the congressional record to ensure their valor is preserved among the greatest heroes of our time. Will you please join me in showing them our deepest appreciation for their incredible bravery? These 2 men are representative of all of the others who deserve special mention, and they're here as representatives of all the rest of you. Thank you, gentlemen. Rising to the next level, 1 week after the flood, the National Guard took me on a flight to survey the widespread damage. There was no apparent rhyme or reason to the path of this flood. Areas that routinely flood were spared the devastation in July when other areas nestled high above the floodplain lost everything. The water crested higher and higher long after the rain stopped, breaking records across the region. The road ahead is difficult to manage and navigate. from numerous FEMA appeals to flood control to repairing our infrastructure to building adequate long-term housing for our displaced families. The road ahead is certainly daunting. But Eastern Kentucky is resilient. You stay with it, and you take whatever comes head on. We don't break under pressure. Just as the force of the water broke records across our region, I believe it will push us to rise to new levels as well. And that's why we're here with SOAR, to break records that will transform the future of Eastern Kentucky. Nearly 1,500 people registered for this conference despite the flood, and that alone gives me tremendous hope that the next steps are starting right here with us at this SOAR and this summit. To help boost our efforts, I voted for a federal funding bill last month that included $19 million for FEMA disaster relief and $2 billion for community development block grants for disaster recovery. We need to fast track every dollar we can as we rebuild the economy and the living conditions in our region. I've also requested $54 million in federal community project funding earmarks for next year to support 15 projects in our region for flood control, medical training, infrastructure improvements, addiction recovery programs, and economic development. I'm hopeful that those requests that I've made will pass in the year-end federal funding bill that'll be with us in December. Yesterday, I was proud to join Governor Beshear to announce $25 million worth of grants for 11 projects in our region that will create more than 200 jobs through the Abandoned Mine Land Economic Revitalization AMLR program. And today, we are blessed to have with us my friend, Gail Manchin, who's the federal co-chair of the Appalachian Regional Commission, who never comes to our region empty-handed. One of the very first federal agencies that bought into the mission of SOAR to revitalize coal communities was the ARC. One of the very first federal agencies that bought in on the mission of Operation Unite to combat the drug epidemic was the ARC. And one of the most loyal partners in our effort to expand access to clean drinking water and reliable wastewater programs has been the ARC. That's why I have fought to protect the ARC in every federal budget in Washington from the time of Reagan until now. We can't take for granted the impact that the Appalachian Regional Commission has made in our region for decades. So will you please give a very warm welcome to one of SOAR's greatest allies, Mrs. Gail Manchin. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. What a wonderful way to start the program this afternoon with the beautiful choir. You know, this is the future of our country, and when you see these beautiful, bright young people and their beautiful voices, it really makes you understand why each and every one of us are here today doing the work that we do It is about making sure that those young people and our children, our grandchildren, all have the opportunity to live a quality of life comparable to anyone in this country. That's the reason the ARC was created, was to be sure that the Appalachian region, from southern New York to northern Mississippi, would have parity, would have equity with the rest of the country. And so I'm here to say thank you to Congressman Hal Rogers, certainly to Executive Director Colby Hall for the work that they're doing together through SOAR to create that equity and parity in Kentucky. And I appreciate that so much. I am honored and humbled to represent the Appalachian Regional Commission. And I'm also honored to be working with SOAR to have an exchange of ideas, for collaboration, to shape our Appalachian region to reach its full potential. SOAR has been a wonderful partner to work with ARC because we have this shared goal. We understand that we can do so much more together than any of us can do individually. We know that as recipients, SOAR has certainly been recipients of past ARC power grants. These grants that help fund our economic diversification projects in the Appalachian region for our most coal-impacted communities. And I'm so pleased to be able to announce here today at the SOAR Summit that ARC is once again providing a grant to SOAR as they continue to drive transformational growth in Kentucky. Here's the best part. $500,000 is being awarded to SOAR for their recruiting individuals in industry for digital employment, which is a remote worker recruitment program. So, this grant will continue to help Eastern Kentucky compete in that ever-growing digital global marketplace. I had the distinct honor today of meeting so many students from schools around Eastern Kentucky, and their technology knowledge, their digital knowledge. I believe children today are just born wired in a totally different way, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful for us dinosaurs that they can take care of us in the future. It's going to create new high-paying jobs in Eastern Kentucky. It will slow depopulation, and it will attract workers to the area who will contribute to Appalachia's economy while they are enjoying the beauty of our Appalachian mountains and our cultural heritage. Again, I just want to thank every member and contributor to SOAR for the work that you do. And we certainly hope that this grant will just help this organization to continue to be that catalyst to drive positive change throughout Eastern Kentucky. Since I was with you here last year, my first SOAR Summit, I'm proud to announce to you that as we have seen the evidence that what you're doing is really working throughout this area. It's making a difference in areas of regional tourism, infrastructure development, and substance use disorder. At ARC, we are keenly aware of the ways that substance use disorder impacts our community. It impacts every family. It impacts every workplace. And so it is all about that development and workforce problem that challenges our communities. And it affects the day-to-day quality of life for so many Appalachian families. And that's where Inspire comes in. Inspire is ARC's strong program that supports initiatives for individuals recovering from substance use disorder, but it's a continuing program. It's not just about rehabilitation. It's about rehabilitation to support services, to training, to a job, to supporting an effort into a career, so that an individual can safely become an asset in the community. It gives back hope and a sense of promise and purpose to people who thought that was gone forever. And so in September 2022, ARC awarded $12 million to 33 projects across 11 states for Inspire grants. And I was recently presented some data, evidence of some very positive news. This study was done by the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago. The study showed that drug overdose mortality rates are declining across Eastern Kentucky. So the work that you're doing in your communities is having an impact. It's saving lives across the region. And so I want to say to you, thank you. Inspire is only one of the ways that ARC is collaborating with our state partners to revitalize our region. I mentioned our power grants earlier for coal-impacted communities. And on Monday, we announced our largest power funding package to date. This round of power funding included 52 projects across 9 states, totaling nearly $47 million. 11 power grants were given right here in the state of Kentucky. So I'd like to invite Congressman Hal Rogers to join me on the stage as we promote and declare those 11 winners.
Great.
Great. Thank you. So if you'll do the first one there.
The first one is to the Perry County Fiscal Court, $1.5 million toward their Rowdy Trailhead and Campground project.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Don't y'all get too rowdy up here on the stage. The second one is to Tech Center Incorporated, which will receive $1.5 million toward their Tech Center Skilled Trades and Training Program. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And number 3, University of Pikeville, Inc., which will receive $1.5 million toward their UPike Ag Tech Innovation Center of Excellence. Thank you.
The next is to the Kentucky Horticultural Council, which will receive $1,458,212 toward their Growing Eastern Kentucky's controlled environment protection ecosystem.
Number 5 is Big Sandy Area Development District, which will receive $1.2 million toward their agricultural apple sorting and packing facility.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And our next, Kentucky Community and Technical College System, which will receive $1,137,500 toward their Preparing the Future of American Agriculture Ag Tech Apprenticeship.
Number 7, Community Ventures Corporation, which will receive $1.5 million toward their Appalachian Access to Capital, Phase 2, Capital and Technical Assistance.
Mountain Association, which will receive $50,000 toward their EKY Community Accelerator Project.
Number 9 is Kentucky Equine Education Project, KEEP Foundation, which will receive $50,000 toward their Eastern Kentucky Equine Community Center planning project.
Number 10, the Foundation for Appalachian Kentucky, which will receive $48,422 toward their Southeast Kentucky Regional Experience Package Planning Project. Congratulations.
And again, the Foundation for Appalachian Kentucky, which will receive $46,838 toward their Southeast Kentucky Regional Trails Planning Project.
So again, a big congratulations to all of these grantees as they continue their work towards their toward Eastern Kentucky's coal-impacted community revitalization and ecosystem economic development. We appreciate the work that will be ongoing, and we look forward to our continued work with them. Again, thank you, Congressman, for all of your efforts. Certainly, our funding comes from the federal level, from Congress. They have put great confidence in us when they give us this money, and we hope that we make them proud every day in the work that we're able to do across our Appalachian region. Certainly, it is always a joy and a pleasure to work with our partners here in Kentucky, and I look forward, as I said, again, to continuing our great work together. Thank you so much.
The Boones Ridge Aerial Gondola is a major attraction of the Boones Ridge Wildlife Park. The park, developed by AWF, is dedicated to wildlife preservation, and it will give the visitors a unique opportunity to celebrate the amazing Appalachian wildlife. The 360-degree views offered to park visitors will be fantastic. The park is located near Daniel Boone's legendary Wilderness Road at the Cumberland Gap. It will boost the economy of eastern Kentucky with more than 1 million visitors expected each year. Nearly $100 million will be invested at the park. The cable car route is over 4.5 miles long, among the longest aerial gondolas in the world. The cable car's panoramic cabins are specifically designed to ensure the comfort of passengers and 360-degree viewpoints. The first station is just west of the Visitors Center. From this Boone's Village station, visitors will start their aerial journey over Elk Herds to the dramatic Boone's Knob station, where riders can disembark and view 3 states at the same time: Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee. From Boone's Knob to the Gracie Knoll station, guests will glide over the park/western valleys, which are inhabited by elk and bears. And at the Gracie Knoll station, riders can disembark again to enjoy a picnic or a hike on forested trails. Then, guests can reboard the cable car for a dramatic trip down through Pitman's Creek Canyon on their aerial journey back to the Visitors Center and Village. The gondola-style cable car will carry guests around the 12,000 acres of native wildlife habitat to give them an exciting and unique bird's-eye view of the wildlife and natural wonders.
Please welcome Make My Moves, Ben Lito.
First, let me thank Colby, Joshua, and the folks at SOAR for a great conference. Thanks for inviting me to present here today. I'd like to talk to you guys about capturing the economic power of the remote workforce. If you have been present for any of the previous talks, I guess, you probably know, you've seen slides like this, but we're in the middle of a population crisis, and it's really a global population crisis. But this slide just shows sort of here in the United States, we're at flat growth. And it's been happening for a long time. Folks are looking and have, sort of getting their minds wrapped around this. And that's what we do at Make My Move. We kind of approach things from a population perspective. Unfortunately for Kentucky and Eastern Kentucky, we're not immune to this future decline in population growth, as you can see here. And when we look at the economic dollars that are spent really around attracting employers to communities, yesterday we had a bunch of great announcements and very exciting about those, but oftentimes our communities are spending an awful lot of money of attracting employers, which is great, and we need to continue to do so. But as you get folks to come and bring their businesses, if you don't have enough people to fill those jobs, and you don't have enough folks to fill them for today's jobs, and you're bringing more, sometimes it can exacerbate the problem. So what we're looking at and what we're here to talk about today is really the power of the remote worker. If there was a silver lining in the pandemic, it was the fact that we as a country went from 5 million permanent remote workers to about 65 million in a matter of 4, 5, 6 weeks. And now we're somewhere around 40 million permanent remote workers. These folks are untethered from their desk, untethered from the office space, if you will, and then hence the community where their company resides, where the business is. And 18 million, so just under half of those folks right now are actively looking and they're assessing, is this where I want to be? Is this where I want to grow? My life, my family? Is there other places out there that maybe I can take my job anywhere? Are there places that maybe will fit my lifestyle more appropriately? As you drill in, if you ask these folks, hey, if you were to lose your remote capabilities, what would you do? 58% say they would look for another job that provides that capability. When you drill in deeper to the younger generations, 76, 81%, 76 for millennials, 81% for Gen Z, it grows exponentially. Folks, workers are now have leverage, they appreciate the flexibility, and they want to keep that. So what's that? There's good news for that, for communities, especially rural communities, to take advantage of that. These remote workers are extremely valuable. When they come to your community, they become an incremental taxpayer. They become an incremental consumer inside that local economy, and they spend more dollars there. They're a net addition to that tax pool. They bring not only themselves and their jobs, they bring a job with them, but they bring their talents and their dreams and their aspirations. And oftentimes, they're earning incomes greater than the average income in a community. So don't hold it against us. I'm from Indiana, Hoosier. So we reached out to the Indiana University Public Policy Institute, an economist there, Drew Klasik. We commissioned him to essentially create a model. We wanted to know what is the exact ROI on relocating a remote worker to a community. So in this example, you can see, which is a real life example for Greensburg, Indiana, we relocated a software engineer out of San Francisco, 28 years old, making $150,000, had a wife, brought their household to Greensburg, Indiana. The initial impact in year one is $125,000, of which over $13,000 is tax, the tax contribution. The economic activity that one household creates actually helps create just under one local job, and you can see the net present value at 7 years. Oftentimes, we're talking about a very small investment for a community to relocate these folks. That economic model, that ROI, is really conservative. Here are the bank shots. So as we talk about population decline, okay, 70% of the folks, when you relocate them, not only do they bring their jobs, not only did Greensburg tap into essentially San Francisco and bring $150,000 to Greensburg from there, but 70% bring a trailing spouse or a significant other. Oftentimes, these are folks that are working in the traditional setting. So now all of a sudden, this is a captured audience for your community and for your employers to go address and see if they want to be employed in your community. 30% are bringing at least one school-aged child. So now you're adding, you're increasing your enrollment, you're helping the school funding formula by bringing this job and this remote employee about 30% of the time. And oftentimes these folks, they're picking your community. They're looking for a place where they can get engaged in the community. So they really help with respect to the leadership vacuum in some of communities, because they want to come to a place where they can get involved, where they can get engaged, where they can start to participate and become an active component and part of the thread of a community. So why are communities adopting sort of this remote worker recruiting strategy? It's pretty simple. It's economic development through people. We sit here and we talk about it. The most important element, I think, to a business, a community, a state, a country are the people and the quality of people. And so it's really looking at it from a different perspective. It's a new perspective, obviously, but one that you look at it and you start to approach folks and you look at the individual as an economic entity unto themselves. These folks, average wages 2.5 to 3 times more than the manufacturing jobs oftentimes we're bringing, especially here in the Midwest. It's a lower investment and it's an almost immediate return if you think about this. Oftentimes the investments entail a moving stipend, helping someone relocate, and then having the community come up with soft incentives where you can get really creative. But oftentimes the hard incentive that the community pays is just a moving stipend. It's not a 10-year tax abatement. It's not a bunch of grants and other things. And that return is immediate. You see the people here, they buy a home, they go out to dinner, they start spending their dollars. Their children get enrolled in the class, right? So that return is immediate. And also you can be targeted and precise. If a community wants to focus on families with young children, if you want to focus on a certain sector, maybe it's software engineers, maybe it's cybersecurity specialists, whatever it may be, you can be targeted and precise with respect to how you recruit these folks and who you start to extend invitations to. And the best part about it and why I'm here and excited about it is because really this is an opportunity, I think, for rural America, and we're seeing an awful lot of success here to get in the game. Oftentimes, especially when you think about mega deals and mega sites and those sort of things, it's really difficult to think of how a community could be able to attract some folks. But you know, if you take 5 or 6 Amazon software engineers and relocate them into your community, and 5 or 6, Meta, Facebook or something, software engineers, and now all of a sudden you're starting to build where you have this little ecosystem where maybe you wouldn't be able to land those businesses in your community, but you can surely pull some of their resources and some of their folks into your community. And it also addresses, obviously, population decline by having those extra folks that they bring to the table. So how to be successful and how to run this? First and foremost, know your audience. I always say fish for the fish you can catch, right? So think about your community, think about what are the assets, what makes your community special, and the folks that are looking for that. We're not trying to boil the ocean. There's 19 million folks that are looking for it. Just find the ones that are looking for a place that fits your community. And then create a compelling pitch. We all want to be desired. We all want to be asked for. So have a compelling pitch and then have a process so that when you get them there, the easiest part is to get them there. But when you get them there, you want to welcome them and get them involved and get them placed in your community and become a participant. So at Make My Move, what we do is we help communities tell their story. We give you a platform to engage that captured audience, those remote workers that are actively looking for something, and then we help you bring and recruit those folks and hopefully make them your new citizens, your new neighbors, and start participating into the local economy. There's 1 million users coming to the site. There are 70,000 that have signed up and actually applied to move, and we're working with 162 communities. And so I appreciate SOAR for what they're doing. We think this is an exciting time, especially for rural communities, to take advantage of the remote worker phenomenon. And if you have any questions, I'll be out here happy to answer anything. But thank you all and have a safe trip back home tonight.
Please welcome Regent Corporation Chairman, CEO, and co-founder, Robert Skena.
Thank you, folks. Thank you to Colby and the SOAR team and Chairman Rogers. I've been given an interesting task this morning, which is to talk First off, it's extremely limiting. They've asked me to keep it to only 15 minutes. So that's highly constraining. Normally it takes me 20, 30 minutes just to say hello. And thank you, Chairman Rogers and Mrs. Manchin and everybody for having me here today. I'm being asked to, as a businessman, to look 10 years into the future. And that's really a great question, but it's right now I'm just happy looking 10 days into the future. It's been an extraordinary couple of years, and think about the last 2 years. We've had a combination of COVID, and the implications on business were astonishing. You could wake up in the morning and have a text that your business was shut down, and you might have had 10 or 15 or 20, 30 years of investment into that business and your employees, and you just got a note that you're out of business. We had a similar thing happen at Ragin up in Pennsylvania. I think it was March 23rd. Kind of sticks out in my mind because, by the way, I think it's today. Is today, Alice, our 21st? Yesterday. We're 21 years old. So as a company, so we got this interesting email from the governor's office to everybody and just said, you're shut down. And I was amazed. I was astonished at how did one person get that power to shut 20 years worth of investment down. I didn't react calmly or with aplomb. I was astonished that any one person could have that kind of authority or power. And we at Ragin, within 24 hours, had a waiver to stay open. And because there's a lot of people depending upon this company, we sell equipment to the U.S. military that's used in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and other places around the world to save American soldiers' lives. So we were able to stay open. But to tie all this in, the original question is to look ahead 10 years. I think what we've been taught in the last 24 months is the need for flexibility and adaptability. As instantaneously, we had to learn how to manage a business with people working from home, which was an extraordinary challenge. And during that phase, we as a company were able to actually do a next generation engineering project and build out a complete new technology using connectivity, broadband, wireless connectivity, and just new techniques. And you had to do it on the fly. And just as we were coming through COVID, we had supply chain issues. And what does that mean? Everybody hears supply chain issues. For us, we make radios. We make radios in our Moorhead facility. And there's hundreds of components in a radio. And all of a sudden, a component that you could order in the morning and have in the afternoon, you're being told you can't get for 65 weeks. And if you can't get the component, you can't complete your radio, you can't ship, you can't collect revenue, you don't need your shipping people, you don't need your manufacturing people if you can't get the part. So our team, the Moorhead team, where we have an office, the Pennsylvania team, the Arizona team, once again, having already learned how to adapt to work from working at home, now had to figure out completely how to redesign products in real time. We had $9 parts that overnight cost $225. We had $16 parts that overnight became $500 parts. So the challenge was really pretty astonishing, and the team across the board showed tremendous adaptability and flexibility. So as part of this being asked, what to say about business going forward and the relationship between community and business and political folks in business is somehow we have to build the understanding and the need for flexibility and adaptability into what we do. I suspect we're not going back to pre-COVID normal for a very long time, if ever. We were used to a just-in-time world up until up until March of 2020, we're seeing no evidence that a just-in-time world is coming back. So our team, our engineers in Moorhead and the young folks and they're from Moorhead State University. They're trained by Dr. Ben Malfris. They were young people trained in multiple disciplines. While there was called space and science engineering, they learned hardware, they learned software, they learned how to test, they learned how to write certain types of code or learn new languages. So it was a very broad approach to an educational experience. One of the things we've learned is you have to plan on being surprised, and your people have to have tremendous collaborative skills. The ability to work with people that the day before they didn't work with. And they had to spontaneously combust around new people to learn how to solve a problem. The problem didn't exist the day before. So it's a very different approach to business, and I would suggest the same approach needs to happen with relationships with government. We've seen flexibility and adaptability, I have as a CEO, in this community down here in Eastern Kentucky. People have to react because it's a challenging environment down here for whatever reason. I don't know whether God's mad at Eastern Kentucky or not, but there seems to be floods and pestilence and a lot of things that take place down here. And the culture is one of adaptability and a very reactive culture. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But I'll give you an example of the distinction. I live and based in the Philadelphia area, and I also have an important office in Moorhead, Kentucky. And we've recently, in the last few years, built a new building in each circumstance, in each location. And I was talking to Mrs. Manchin earlier about, she was asking, well, what are some of the differences? I said, I'll give you a difference. We, at Ragent, we're very community active, very involved. We host a lot of events. So up in the Philadelphia or Malvern office, when we built the building out, I wanted to have a patio. And it was a 30 by 40 foot patio. Not exactly, it's not, Roman Empire stuff. It's 1,200 square feet or something. It wasn't giant. And so we, went through the challenge of getting it approved by our township, which I will name, called Tredyffrin Township. Everybody needs to remember the name of Tredyffrin Township and never invest there. So we had this patio built, and I travel a lot, so I was off traveling around, and I come back, and I want to see how the progress is going on this patio. And I look outside, and next to the patio is a hole the size of an Olympic swimming pool. So I'm like, geez, are we hosting the Olympics here at Ragent? What is going on? I did not order or spec a pool to be built. So my team was reluctant to tell me that the township, the clever folks of Tredyffrin Township, had determined that, yes, we were building the patio, which was made from a natural substance, by the way, flagstone, Pennsylvania bluestone. So you can't get any more local or natural than that. And they had made the adjudication that when water comes off the roof of the building and lands on the patio and then runs onto the grass, it is now wastewater. And the wastewater, therefore, had to be filtered and put into a holding basin before it could be then released to the ground table. So the patio cost $20,000. The solution for the now new wastewater problem of rainwater hitting flagstone was $30,000. And that coincidentally was more than my budget for summer interns. And Ben will tell you that I generally hire a bunch of summer interns every year. And those interns go on to have full-time jobs at Ragent. So I called the head of the supervisors over and I made him look at this thing. And I said, I know 30,000 isn't much to you, because you're just spending my money. Pretty easy for you to do. So, however, for us to get $30,000 in cash, we have to sell $300,000 worth of radios because we make, in a good year, maybe 10% on whatever it is we sold. So I said, you know, there's now 12 or 15 young people who will not get summer internships because of your cavalier approach to spending our money. Now, I have no problem with wanting clean water. I want clean water as much as anyone else. But I just thought that it wasn't a rational or reasonable decision to declare that rainwater hitting Flagstone is now wastewater. Now, the flip side is in Kentucky, we have I think it's 46,000 square foot building, which we bought at because of the persuasive powers of Chairman Rogers. We bought the building and we went through all kinds of negotiations with the town of Moorhead. And it was, you know, they didn't roll over, but they were reasonable. There was a back and forth, there was a conversation about things. And they would not have asked us to spend $30,000 to clean up rainwater. It's a very different approach. Both buildings are wonderful, both are clean and new and safe, but one had a very different approach. And that's something over the next 10 years, I recommend you just keep doing. Just be thoughtful, understand that business at every level is just really hard, and be respectful that when a business is making money or trying to make money, it's difficult. About 20% of all new businesses fail within the first year. 20%. I think it's less than 20% make it to 15 years. So business is hard. It doesn't mean we don't have to follow the rules. It doesn't mean we don't want clean air and water. But in the context of that, a reasonable, kind of positive relationship with the community goes a long way. And I've experienced the difference between the two. The Eastern Kentucky, in our experience, has shown an ability to be adaptable, ability to be positive. The young folks here, in our experience, have a great work ethic, one that we benefit from in our Moorhead office, and we'll continue to expand that office and expand our relationship in the area. We've been doing satellite-related research there. We've now service and support our global network of customers around 77 countries. Almost all of that takes place in Moorhead. A great deal of the technology to support those customers is designed by our employees in Moorhead. We're doing our manufacturing in Moorhead, and more of it is being pulled in. We're ISO certified, we're certified for military production. It's a first-class, high-quality facility, and I think the average age there is probably 27 or 28. It's extraordinary what our experience has been in the region. So I could go on and talk forever about our experience down here. So there's a couple of experiences I'd like to relate. One is, we have to adapt too. So when I first came to the area, I think Brett here introduced me around the district, and I got to meet Chairman Rogers' staff and Chairman Rogers, and Chairman can be extraordinarily persuasive. So he's gotten me exposed to horse racing and smoking cigars and things like that, which is new to me. And one time there was another event in Hazard. And so Chairman Rogers, at the end of the event, he says, well, what are you doing right now? So I'm going back to Philadelphia. He said, you ever been to Keeneland? And I said, no. He said, well, you're not going home. You're going to Keeneland. And I think Carlos, he grabbed Carlos, his chief of staff, and he said, take Bob's car. I don't know where you have to take it, but take it back. I'm going to drive Bob to Lexington. So I get in the car with Chairman Rogers. This was an entirely new experience. He says, you smoke cigars, don't you? I said, well, I lied and said yes. And he hands me a cigar.
And then he lights a cigar. Now we're in this sedan that he has, and we start going down the road, and I'm waiting for like fire trucks to pull up on us. I mean, it's just swirling smoke. So I go, well, I'm going to crack the window. And so I crack the window, and he looks over at me and says, oh, no. I don't drive with a cracked window. So now I'm like, oh my God, because my stomach's flip-flopping from pretending I like smoking cigars. And I'm turning like all kinds of shades of green, and we got like an hour left in the ride, and I can't believe that I didn't throw up during that. But I thought this would really be bad form to throw up in the chairman's car. So I had to adapt, overcome, and improvise, and somehow I swallowed smoke for an hour and somehow survived. So that was one of my adaptability experiences that I learned from my life in Eastern Kentucky, and now actually I do have a cigar now and again. I figured it would be fruitful to pick up the habit. So you do have to learn to adapt to what's going on down here. Thinking forward, what needs to happen? The question was asked of me to bring other companies from, say, the Philadelphia area down here. Well, one thing, I don't mean to insult anybody, but we're going to need better pizza. I think if you want to bring Italians from Philadelphia, you're going to have to kick up the bread a little bit. So, but another really good thing, and remember the world's changed so much in the last 24 months, is something I think you folks have a real clear grasp on. You actually, I believe, in Eastern Kentucky still put violent criminals in prison. Be safe. Keep the community safe. It's so important to have an environment where people can drive to the store and walk around a parking lot or go for a walk at night and not have to worry about being assaulted. I mean, in southeastern Pennsylvania, we've forgotten this. We've forgotten how important it is to keep the community safe. And it seems so basic, but in a lot of places that's been forgotten. And for people that are creating a family and have young children and wives or moms, there's nothing more important than keeping those people safe. And I get that sense here in the eastern part of the state that's still common sense around here. And if you can do that for the next 10 years, I think more and more people. Now, I was talking to Gail about this. Is that necessarily a good thing? Do you want more people coming into? Depends on where they're coming from, right? I think you might want to put like a passport requirement for those from California or something like that. I think we want to protect what it is we have here from too much craziness. So what you have already, I think, is really spectacular. You have an openness and a desire to cooperate amongst yourselves. And again, I think that putting the main mission of how do we grow our community, how do we keep young people local, how do we help businesses grow, at the root of that, if you keep that the main mission, people tend to want to cooperate and they stop labeling each other. That's a crazy Democrat, that's a crazy Republican. All that gets in the way of what's really important, which is just doing what's best for your neighbors. And you have that sense of community and neighborhoodness here, if that's a word. You do look out for each other, and we're shortly after I'm done here in a few minutes, we're gonna have a little bit of a ceremony and provide a check for flood victims. And what moved me to want to participate in that and do something about that was a photo I saw of, maybe it was September 3rd, a day or two after the flood ended. I saw a photograph of a traffic jam of pickup trucks and SUVs from outside the flood area of people in the community heading into the flood zone. nobody made them do it on their own. People volunteered just to help their neighbors. And that's a sentiment that you have here. And in a lot of other places, it's not quite as strong. So if you can maintain that over the next 10 years, combined with the educational institutions you have and the sense of cooperation that you have politically, I think you're going to do fine over the next 10 years. I think the region will get stronger. Focus on the things you're doing now, infrastructure such as broadband, continue to build roads and highways, those things, those basic things that so many people take for granted but aren't necessarily functioning well in other places around the country. Build the roads, build the broadband infrastructure, keep each other safe. I think the core of your community attitude and behavior is adequate to the task that you'll face over the next 10 years. I think educationally, some slightly different things is to expose kids to things that make them be flexible, make them stand up in class and present even though they're not expecting it. Often in business, a customer has a problem today that they didn't have yesterday, and they want a presentation today. It's not convenient to you, and it might make you feel bad or even sad, but you got to do it. You got to stand up and present. Be exposed and expose students to things that, what's that famous thing you say when you're a kid? Do I need to be knowing this? Am I ever going to use this sometime in my life? Like at 18, you have any clue? Of course, when I was 18, I thought I knew everything I needed to know. And there's about 1,000 things I wish I had learned then. And so I see it in our own team. So many times, new business opportunities or new business problems require you to be exposed to things you never anticipated. So as teachers and professors, Ben, maybe we should do that as part of the curriculum, is expose kids to things on an ad hoc basis in a surprise form to get them used to having to adapt to the dynamic environment they're going to have to deal with. And I'll close on this. It's right now, the world is extraordinarily dynamic and the pace is increasing. When I went to the University of Pennsylvania, it's getting to be a while ago now, the University of Pennsylvania in the graduate school, the Wharton School, was a national school. That was in the mid-'80s. In the '70s, Wharton was a regional school. All the students were drawn from southeastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Then in the '80s, when I went there, it was drawing students from the US. And today it's an international school. It's drawing students from all around the world. So what that means is our children, our youngsters today, as we look forward over the next 10 years, they won't be competing with people from the next county or somewhere else in Kentucky or a state nearby. They're going to be competing with kids from all around the world. They already are in a large measure, and that's only going to accelerate. So that being the case, we have to emphasize the desire for rigor and challenging coursework. I can tell you, in an engineering environment, a high-tech environment, a lot of the focus on economic development is on bringing in high-tech. In high-tech, there's math on the test. There's going to be math on the test. Circuits have to work. Bridges have to stand up. Airplanes have to fly. And the numbers have to add up. So a lot of times there's nice reasons to reduce the need for rigor. But I can say if you want a satellite to get into orbit, the math's got to work. And so I think in a little bit, and I'm guilty of this myself, is go back to World War II, a 21 or a 22-year-old pilot was the old man and he was the captain. A major might have been 23 or 24 and would have had thousands of men reporting to them. young people can handle what we ask of them. And we need to be fair to them that the world is getting more challenging, not less challenging. And I think from what we've seen and the people we've hired in Moorhead, the people of this region can handle the rigor that's coming and needed and the tasks and challenges that are coming down the road. So again, thank you for letting me be part of your community. I've been welcomed from the first moment by Brett Traver, and then everybody here has been so gracious and kind over the last 6 or 7 years. I'm humbled by it. I try to participate in the community, and I will try to do more. But thank you for your time, everybody.
I brought you a cigar.
Do I have to light it now? Okay, so this is a result of what I had mentioned a little earlier. I was, the community has been great to me and to Ragent Corporation, and we like to do what we can to help. As I thought about making this donation, it really was influenced by that photograph. But another thing, which is so many people were hurt and harmed by this, and the spotlight moves on really quickly. A week or two later, there's a hurricane and the news media moves on. And yet, for somebody who lost their home or had somebody injured or somebody die in their family, they haven't moved on. And the challenge will go on for a while. So this is our way of wanting to help. So thank you. Thank you, Hal.
Thank you.
And Missy, thank you very much. And here's the real money. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Thanks, sir.
Bob, thank you. Thank you so very much. That'll be a big help. We thank you very much. Shows you the kind of person that just spoke to you. Bob Skeen is the real thing. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Thank you, everybody.
Well, the reason Ragent selected Moorhead is the Space and Science Center, first and foremost. When I found out that undergraduates were hand building, designing, testing small satellites that ended up in space, it was really impressive. And then once I got to meet some of them and hired the first few, I thought this is a place where I really want to be. Now, they're just a reflection of the community in general. Many, many, many talented, smart people. And then beyond that, all the local leadership, from the mayor and the county judge to the state reps to Chairman Hal Rogers. Everybody really pulled together to make things happen. In 2021, Ragent expanded in Moorhead. We went from a building that we were renting to a building that we purchased, owned, and then outfitted. Our Ragent team decided that we would try to do as much of our assembly in-house as possible. We had traditionally outsourced a lot of our assembly. And as a result of the positive experience we had in Moorhead, we've decided to pull almost all of our assembly in-house and do it in the Moorhead facility. We're also doing service and support globally. So we're doing business at Ragent in 77 countries around the world. That's a number that continues to grow. And a great deal of the service and support of our customers around the world takes place in Moorhead. The reason we expand it really reflects the quality of the experience. For me, it added up to a commitment to Moorhead.
Please welcome Leadership Kentucky President Janice Way.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. The SOAR staff asked me to come and speak a little bit about Leadership Kentucky, and especially one of our programs called BRIGHT. For most of us, I think here this afternoon, we're from Eastern Kentucky, or at least Appalachia. And what's more important to us than anything? Relationships, right? Our family, our friends, our work colleagues, our neighbors, relationships, and helping each other. And that's what we hope to do with Leadership Kentucky and our programs. We create relationships with people who may have never had a chance to meet otherwise. We create bonds for life, networks for life, just like we do here in Eastern Kentucky. So we talk a lot about leadership, of course, in Leadership Kentucky, but what are the qualities of a good leader? There we go. What are the qualities of a good leader? Some leaders are older and more experienced. Some are younger and more creative. Some are extroverts, some are introverts, some are famous, some you've never heard of. But everyone can be a leader if the time is right for them and if the circumstances are right for them. I also think it's very important to know when to be a follower, because not everyone can be a leader nor should be a leader all the time. You know, we just honored this afternoon all of these wonderful first responders that helped during those catastrophic floods a few weeks ago, and the people who are helping with recovery. I grew up here in Eastern Kentucky, right here in Pikeville actually, and my home has been affected several times by floods, but that does not make me an expert in flood recovery. So these last 2 days, we've heard a lot. We've heard a lot about programs that are happening, projects that are happening through SOAR and around our Eastern Kentucky region. So I think we need to ask ourselves, where can we make our difference? Where can we be a leader? Where should we be a follower? And how can we do the most to help our region? So a little funny here, you know, who doesn't love Dolly Parton, right? She is, I think when you think Appalachia, you think of Dolly. She says, I love this quote, she says, if your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you're an excellent leader. And isn't that at the end of the day, what's the core and the essence of all of us, is to help those around us to do more and be more. So it worked for Dolly, and I think it's going to work for us. I just wanted to share my favorite Dolly Appalachia quote there. So what is Leadership Kentucky? Actually, we were formed in 1984, so we're almost 40 years old. We started with one program, the Core Leadership Kentucky program, and it's a 7-month program with experienced leaders throughout the state, and we travel throughout the state. For 7 months, from June to December, we go everywhere. We were just in Murray last week. In a couple of weeks, we're going to be in Central Kentucky. We were here in Pikeville a few months ago. That is Leadership Kentucky. We now have about 2,000 alums, and actually about 5, I think it is, board members of the SOAR program, and 4 staff members are alums of one of our Leadership Kentucky programs. So I think that says a lot about SOAR, and I think that says a lot about Leadership Kentucky. As I said, it was created as a nonprofit educational organization, but primarily for networking. Because what people realized back in the mid-'80s, that there were people here in Pikeville who had never been to Paducah, didn't know about it, didn't care about it. There were people in Paducah that had never been to Pikeville, didn't know about it, didn't care about it. And if we would learn to all work together, we would be stronger as a whole, as a Commonwealth. And I do believe that Leadership Kentucky has gone a long way in helping to achieve that goal. And I'm seeing some head shakes down there from some Leadership Kentucky graduates. By the way, who here is a Leadership Kentucky graduate, one of our programs? Outstanding. Thank you so much. That's awesome. And I think all of you would speak to the fact that we work very diligently to be nonpartisan in our programming, ethical in our programming, and I think that that is one of the reasons why we've been around for so long. About 5 years ago, we started a program called Elevate. We decided that we wanted to reach a younger population, so we started Elevate. They're roughly 25 to 35 years old, and it's a statewide program. And we know that our younger professionals don't have maybe as much time to be away from their workplace, so that's a 3-month program, and we talk with them a lot about leadership development skills. And I just think this program is wonderful, and I'm here to say that anyone that I hear say, young people these days, I set them right immediately, because I think our younger generation is so smart and so creative and so energetic, and we are in good hands in our future because of our younger generation. So Elevate was so successful. That's how Bright emerged, and I'll talk about Bright in just a few moments. The one other program before we get to Bright is a few years ago we started another program called New Executives, and that's for senior level executives who have moved to the Commonwealth within the last couple of years. So we try to help them learn about everything Kentucky in just one day. It's free of charge thanks to sponsors, and we have such a rich heritage here in Kentucky. So we try to immerse them in all things in Kentucky in one day. So if you know somebody who is new to the Commonwealth that you think would be a great participant, just let us know. It's free of charge. It's one day. We just had our program about 3 weeks ago, so we'll be planning next year's program shortly. So now on to Bright. And Bright is about Eastern Kentucky and our young professionals in Eastern Kentucky. And we realized, as I said a moment ago, that Elevate was making such a difference around the Commonwealth. Why would not we want to do that, especially for Eastern Kentucky? And thanks to some ARC funding, we were able to start this program. So Bright is the new program, as I said. It started in 2019. It's funded through ARC and some private matching funding from Whitaker Bank and Kentucky Power. We've now had 3 programs. We'll actually graduate this year's class in a couple of weeks. But we have 25 alums, and they have far exceeded any expectation already that we ever had with this program. They are doing great things, and many of them are involved with projects in their community, specifically now, a lot of them involved with the flood recovery. And we've received calls, texts, emails from so many of them who said, we wouldn't have had the knowledge or the confidence to participate in some of these activities without what we learned in Bright. And that makes me feel like a proud mom and the staff, to get those kinds of responses and to know that this program is making such a difference. And as I said, in just a couple of weeks, we're going to be graduating this year's class, and we'll have about 170 alums. Now, I'm sure this may be a little hard for some of you to read, so I'm going to paraphrase it. But these are the kinds of feedback examples that we get from our class members. This is a participant from Letcher County. He says, people ask me all the time, how was that Bright program? And I tell them honestly, it was one of the best experiences of my professional career. I have met some extraordinary people on this journey. Some of them have already helped me in my professional life and have become close friends. The people I encountered all have the same goal, to make Kentucky and our region a better place. The fact that this program has no fee is amazing. A lot of aspiring people don't have the budget to pay for programs like this. I was honored to be selected because someone thought I belonged and could recognize that I wanted to make a difference. Thank you for letting me be a part of Bright. I will forever continue to give back and pay it forward. Really, what more can you ask? So the need. Why did we start this? Well, we've heard a lot about this the last couple of days, the last couple of years, the last 20 years. There's too many young people leaving our region. We need to inspire and offer opportunities for the younger generation to stay in Eastern Kentucky and make a difference and continue the growth and the good things that are happening here. That is why we started Bright. You've heard that several times these last few days, and our goal is to keep our young, bright professionals in Eastern Kentucky. So, we support ethical, nonpartisan leadership training. We encourage and inspire graduates to engage in community development, and we help them acquire those skills. We work in collaboration with other programs such as Chamber of Commerce, economic development organizations, colleges, universities, SOAR. We are not competitive. We don't want to be competitive with any other organization in existence. And if we find that someone is doing something similar, we reach out and see how we can work together with them. This year, we added something new to Bright. We are doing intensive business development and entrepreneurship training within our program. And in addition, for our alums and some of our young business professionals, we're offering the Co-Starters program that SOAR offers. We're working in conjunction with them. We have visited almost all of the 54 ARC counties, and we've had participants from most of the ARC 54 counties in Kentucky. So I feel like that we are making a difference and we are achieving our goals. Here's another quote. This is from a lady in Pulaski County. The Bright program is hands down the best professional development opportunity I have had to this point. The ideas and programs introduced to me through Bright have shaped my career. The connections made through the program have proven helpful time after time and will be relationships that I keep throughout my life. I think the number of Bright alumni who have gone on to receive regional and state recognition since completing the program speaks volumes to its effectiveness and value to the region. The positive impact on Appalachia because of Bright will be felt for years to come as we grow and inspire our new leaders, advocate for change, and take action to improve the communities we love. So I'm all about results. Every year we do a survey after each and every session. There's 5 sessions of Bright. July through November, which is why we're getting to graduate in a couple of weeks. But we also do year end, and then we survey after a couple of years to see how their lives have changed. These are some of the results of those surveys. 50% of the graduates say they have attained a better job since going through Bright. Most of them have moved up within their own companies, so I think that is terrific. 85% have increased participation in community and volunteer activities. 53% stated they've increased their civic engagement. 98% stated an increased community connection, and 63% indicate they personally started working on a project with someone in another community, collaboration, because of Bright. 100% of the respondents gained an increased commitment to the region, and 90% are actively making plans to stay and work in Eastern Kentucky. 93% are currently working on an economic development project, and 73% express a desire to start a new business or a nonprofit. That is what Bright is all about. So as I conclude, which brings us back to where I started, it's all about relationships, working together, helping each other, making a difference. One of our alums in Boyd County says, "I have a network with some of the greatest minds in Eastern Kentucky and friends that will last a lifetime. I have called some cohorts to help with issues in my community. Without this program, that would have not happened. This group reminds me without this program, that would not have happened. This group reminds me that there are so many of us. I can't wait to see what we accomplish together over the coming years." Thank you to the ARC for that wonderful grant to get us this program started. And I see so many of our bright graduates. Please stand. If you would like to find out more about Bright or any of our Leadership Kentucky programs, there's my email and my phone number. I would love to talk with you. I'll be here for a few minutes. Please reach out to me, and the SOAR team knows how to find me. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
In 2014, we began by looking at the courthouse square and seeing 80% of the buildings there were vacant.
I was sitting in my insurance office one day, and over the past few years, I'd noticed the deterioration of the downtown area, and the turning factor for me was when my family came in from Western Kentucky, and they asked me, "What happened to your town? What happened to your community?" So that kind of jump-started me and had me really think more about it, and I was embarrassed. I really was.
We knew that we, as a city, had to take an initiative to get people to buy in, to get property owners to clean up their buildings. As we were shaping our downtown into the vision that we had as a Main Street program, we knew that we wanted a mix of retail, a mix of restaurants. We wanted our downtown to become a destination. It goes hand in hand with the Wildlife Center, with Boone's Ridge that is opening in 2023. And we knew that we had to make some investment to make our downtown a destination. And we're doing that with our streetscape project that is happening right now. It's something that's been in the works for 6 years. When we were having these vision meetings, these vision forums in Pineville, we realized that we were going to have to make a much larger investment into our downtown than what we were originally set out to do. And so we started with an aggressive incentive package. And the incentive package included a tax moratorium, which freezes the property value of a property for 5 years. We had, I think, 6 different properties that implemented the moratorium, and all are full with business now. And I'm happy to say that in 2022, as we look back at that square that was 80% vacant, it's 100% full. And the businesses that chose Pineville to start are still in business. All of those businesses that are still in business are the ones that took advantage of our incentive package.
My name is Gina Wilson, and I am one of the owners of Sauce Restaurant, and we are actually currently sitting in our first and original location. My husband and I were the only owners of Sauce Restaurant, and our story kind of began in Lexington, Kentucky. So we both grew up in southeastern Kentucky. My husband from the Pineville area and myself from the London area. He was always in restaurants, I was always in marketing. So it was time for us to marry our passions and create a restaurant. And 25 years in Lexington, that felt like an area to start. And the doors just didn't open. And so we started to look outside of Fayette County. We kind of were in Pineville one day and we saw that they were doing a renovation process, and it really caught our eye. We started meeting with the leaders of Pineville, and what really impressed me is that they didn't just have a spreadsheet and they didn't have the words. They were actually checking items off of their list as they completed them, which meant to me that they were working their plan. That was in 2017. We're sitting here in 2022, and it just fills me with such pride. I think this blueprint for success can be used in many, many towns. It just starts by doing the big ask, asking businesses to come in, asking small businesses to start here, consider their towns, because that's what we did. I'm so thankful and grateful. Pineville will always be special in our heart. We're just so tickled now to see them getting to put the bow on their big vision and their plans.
The plans that we made in 2014 and 15 and that whole era that we were planning a lot here, I see that a vision statement that we had at that time was to see Pineville as a bustling community that reflects on our history but remains progressive to move forward. And I think that's exactly what we've done here. It's very satisfying and gratifying to walk downtown now and see all the businesses full and see the work going on, the work that we set out to do many years ago now, that it's all coming to fruition here in Pineville.
Part of our partnerships here and why we are so happy to be in Southeastern Kentucky are groups like SOAR. They have been absolutely incredible in partnering with businesses like us.
There were a lot of different silos in this region, and every city was trying to do their own thing. But because of organizations like SOAR, we all work together now. We share ideas, we see what other people are doing that is successful and what people are doing that's not. And we're able to pull from each other for other communities that are looking at our downtown and looking to be inspired to revitalize their own community. I can't reiterate enough the importance of staying positive. Honestly, I don't think that we believed 8 years ago that half of what we've been able to do could be done. And we're starting to see not only Pineville, but you drive around southeastern Kentucky and all of eastern Kentucky, and everyone's got something. They've got a seed planted in their downtowns. People are taking pride back into these mountains, and you're seeing beautiful things come of the seeds that were planted by organizations like SOAR.
If you're considering opening a business in Southeastern Kentucky, I would encourage you to reach out to the SOAR group and look for their guide to entrepreneurship.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Hensley, the news director at WYMT in Hazard. I'm pleased to be moderating a discussion today here at the SOAR Summit as we kind of wind things down on a topic really we wish we did not need to discuss, and that's long-term flood relief. As everyone knows, in late July, we had historic flash flooding and river flooding that affected much of the region. Thousands of homes and businesses were damaged or destroyed, and Governor Beshear said just yesterday, I heard, that he expects damages in the billions of dollars. We have a great panel today that includes 5th District Congressman Hal Rogers. We have ARC Federal Co-Chair Gail Manchin. Good to see you. We have State Representative Angie Hatton and State Representative Derek Lewis. And we certainly want to thank all of them for joining us today. And first, I want to talk to you, Congressman, about the long-term flood mitigation efforts. And I know you've already been talking with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers about what can be done, right? What kind of discussions have you had so far?
Well, of course, as you know, the Corps of Engineers has jurisdiction on all major navigable streams, which includes the Kentucky and the Cumberland and Licking and Big Sandy and Kentucky. I've talked to the Corps already about analyzing what happened with this last flood and what could we do if they had the funds to prevent a reoccurrence of that type of flood in the Kentucky River Basin. I have a mind that they will probably go back and look at what we did on the Cumberland River in the last few decades to stop the flooding of towns like Pineville and Harlan and Middlesboro, Barberville, Williamsburg, Cumberland, and others. In my old district, that was the main river. And we spent 3 decades building flood walls and tunnels, cut-throughs, levees, and what have you. We finally have tamed the Cumberland River. They don't flood anymore, those towns. I'd like to see us look at the Kentucky River with the same spyglass. I don't know whether we can do the same things on the Kentucky as we did on the Cumberland, but Kentucky Basin was where the big flood came. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to have them analyze it. We'll try to find the money to fund the solutions that they may recommend. And we're going to ask them very strongly to recommend something. So we're also doing work on the Big Sandy. We're elevating people that live on the river above the floodplain or buying them out in some cases. We're also removing and moving the town of Martin, Kentucky, to a new high ground that we've created. That's been going on for several years. And we're just ready now to build the flood wall in Paintsville. And that will be a huge undertaking. All of these will. But I pledge my devotion to the idea of stopping flooding.
Obviously, these projects take a long time. You've got to study, and then it takes years. It took years for these projects along the Cumberland to be completed.
Right.
I think there are concerns about, well, what can we do in the short term? And I don't know, maybe I'll pose that to you. Is there anything the ARC is looking at to look at stopping these floods that seem to be becoming more numerous?
Well, yes, they are. Unfortunately, we have not found the secret to cutting off floodwaters before they arrive.
Yeah.
But what we cannot certainly duplicate any of the efforts of FEMA. But ARC does have, the federal co-chair has a discretionary fund, and that's what we use to reach out. And certainly it's happened on more occasions than we like to talk about. West Virginia, Southern Virginia, certainly Eastern Kentucky. I mean, these are becoming stories that we get tired of repeating. But one of the things that our money can do, in Richwood, West Virginia, in the 2016 flood there, their sewer treatment plant was totally lost. And so we were able to provide funding for a new sewer system and wastewater treatment plant. So that's an example of the type of thing we can do in these situations after FEMA has come in and you know, do what it does, and then we can help supplant in other areas. Certainly, I think, as Congressman Rogers talked about, we have to look at ways to reevaluate an area, the damage and how it has occurred. And are there things that we can do as we rebuild a town, a community? Are there things that we can do, whether we try to change the trajectory of a river or the water, or change the layout of how a community is established? But certainly what we don't want to do is continue to do the same thing over and think we're going to get different results the next time. So I just think we have to be smart in our planning and in our evaluation of how the damage occurred, why it occurred, and what were the most volatile areas that were affected.
Representative Hatton, you're in one of the hardest hit areas, your district is. Can you go back and just tell me the scope of the destruction you saw, and 2.5 months later, where are we at in the recovery process?
Well, the disaster, the scope of the disaster was, well, it was a nightmare scenario. We've never flooded in Letcher County, where I live, even remotely to this level. And we were completely shocked by just, you know, watching, first of all, the struggle for survival as folks were rescuing one another, and rescue equipment couldn't get to us, and we didn't have Wi-Fi or cell phone signal. But then watching the heroic efforts of neighbors saving neighbors, and then those people who were flooded just immediately turning around and joining the rescue efforts when they were rescued, and then the distribution centers watching all of the love and support pour in from all over the state and the rest of the country was really one of the most heartwarming experiences of my life. And Congressman Rogers came down, sent us all the support he could, came again and again. And now, at this point, almost 3 months later, we are, everyone who comes in, disaster recovery specialist really is bragging on how far we've come already. We are at the point where we're about to have case management on the ground, which usually takes 8 or 9 months, and we've got that ready in 3 months. And then also the state legislature was able to meet in special session. The governor called us in 28 days, I think, after the flood, and we were able to send almost $213 million back toward the recovery effort.
So safe to say you're farther along than you thought you would be when this first happened?
Yes, but we have a very long way to go.
Yeah.
We will have need for help, and we will have rebuilding for the next probably 2 to 3 years. And, you know, I've been saying that we need to think of this disaster not as a catastrophe that ends our way of life, but as a catalyst to initiate real change in Eastern Kentucky and figure out all the reasons why it's hard to live here and fix that, make it easier, get those communities built up off the creeks, flood-proof our bridges. We can learn from West Virginia in that regard. I've been hearing a whole lot about the bridge designs in West Virginia that flood-proof them, so those, especially the private bridges, don't become either dams that double the damage to neighbors, or the bridges become debris that end up in a neighbor's kitchen somewhere.
And for folks who may not know, just briefly tell us where your district is, and it includes downtown Whitesburg, which was flooded as well, right?
Yeah. So I live in Whitesburg. I represent all of Letcher County, and then part of Pike County and part of Harlan County, basically the whole Virginia line.
Yeah. Okay. Representative Lewis, your area wasn't quite as bad, but you still had your share of flooding. I know Oneida and Clay County was particularly bad, and weren't they flooded last year as well? So just talk about what you saw.
Yeah, so I woke up about 5:30 in the morning to my phone going off, and you know, at that time it was still dark outside, and I had people messaging me on Facebook, stuck on the side of hillsides. Didn't know the extent of the damage. Reached out to Rocky Atkins, good friend that's heard with me and Representative Hatton in the House, and emergency management was already in the process of working. But you know, once daylight came, we did have, unfortunately, 2 deaths in Clay County and then parts of Leslie County. Just the sheer volume of that rain, whether it's here, whether it's Lexington, whether it's Louisville, that much rain in such a short period of time, I mean, it's going to cause issues. But specifically here in the mountains, I think we face certain challenges that we can benefit from design changes. But in general, we all came together. Didn't matter what party you belong to. We were all trying to help out. I've got a couple businesses in Hazard. We were working with Representative Fugit and his church on distributing supplies. We were going into hollers, but not caring who got credit, but just trying to help our neighbors.
Yeah. A bit of a controversial issue since this flood is what caused it. Obviously, you had a lot of rain, and you're going to have a flood if you have that much rain. But there's already been a lawsuit filed against a couple of coal companies that say, you know, mining and not reclaiming correctly might have made it worse. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think probably everyone could, you know, point a finger and say this caused it or that caused it. You know, the Appalachian Mountains are a blessing and a curse. And the blessing is that they are beautiful. They're one of the oldest mountain ranges in the world. But we happen to live in southern West Virginia and eastern Kentucky in some of the most rugged part of that mountain range. And so you have a mountain coming straight down one side and a little valley in between and a mountain straight up on the other side. So we don't look off into the distance at a mountain. We look at it face to face. And so when you get a tremendous amount of rain and flooding, that water has nowhere to go but down that side of that mountain. And then the communities are built in the little valley between the two mountains. I mean, the joke for years has been that we see the sun at high noon as it passes over from one mountain to the other. So certainly our terrain in general has, I think, a lot to do with the amount of flooding that we have in our region as maybe compared to some other areas where there's more flat land or more place for that water to go. In 2016, when it hit in West Virginia, again, now it hit in some areas that it had never hit before, but that water took a whole different path because it became such a strong force that it left its original bed and made a whole new, created a whole new path. You know, have companies come in and not done maybe all that they should have done? I would say probably that is part of the effort. I think moving forward, again, as I said earlier, one of the things we need to do is continue to evaluate an area when something horrific like this happens, to truly try to determine not only what was the impact, but what were the causes and what do we need to do differently. As companies, they are supposed to certainly put land back, if not the way they found it, in a way that land is protected and is usable in the future. So I think there's, rather than spending time pointing fingers, we just need to be sure that as we move forward, we do a better job in evaluating and determining the direction that we need to go in the future.
I think a lot of places flooded that have never flooded before, and I know in Whitesburg it was a record, the river flood. Have you found anything to point to that can be the cause of this other than just a lot of rain?
Well, it was a tremendous amount of rain. And I mean, anytime you change the topography, you're likely to impact the way the water flows. But I mean, some reclamation's been done well. Some others could use some improvement for sure. But I mean, coal is what's powered this region, kept food on the tables and kept the lights on, and it has powered a nation through 2 world wars. And you know, if there's some additional collateral damage from mining, we definitely need to look at that. We need to know whether, you know, that contributed. But a lot of what caused the lasting results of this flood is that our floodplain was so inaccurate. Only 12% of the damage in all the counties was in any kind of a floodplain. So therefore, flood insurance wasn't offered. So only between 1% and 2.5% of the victims of this flood had any type of flood insurance. And in most cases, it wasn't offered, and it's not affordable when it is. So we have to get that floodplain revised. And I imagine when you change the topography of mountains through mining, it probably affects what should be designated floodplain. So, I mean, we have so much that we've learned from it and still plenty more to learn.
Congressman, do you have anything to add on that before I move on?
Well, I think the severity of this storm, the experts tell us that with this kind of downpour, there's nothing we could have done to prevent flooding. It was that amount of water and that huge amount of rain. Record numbers for our part of the world. But we have to do all we can, and I've pledged to do all I can with the Corps of Engineers to try to build barriers to the flooding. But bear in mind, this was a record-breaking downpour of rain in the middle of the night while people were asleep in the worst of times.
Yeah. Let's talk about some of the long-term recovery challenges. And, you know, we keep hearing housing. That has to be at the top of the list. It was really already an issue before the flooding in Appalachia. First off, I want to ask you, though, has anybody received hard numbers yet on how many homes and businesses were damaged in eastern Kentucky? Representative Hatton, have you heard just specifically in Letcher County? Because I still haven't as a whole.
It is really difficult to get an accurate count. We're using FEMA application numbers, and then it's still really difficult to determine who was totally destroyed and versus minor damage, and definitely the amount you get from FEMA does not necessarily reflect the amount of damage you had. Weird story after story of people with major damage getting minor amounts from FEMA and having to appeal that. In our local newspaper last week, it said 2,475 homes in Letcher County, but that's not fully destroyed, but took flood damage for sure. So it is really difficult to count still, and it's hard to plan for long-term things like housing without that count.
Yeah.
Because we are still assessing. It's been less than 3 months.
did-
Housing is
yeah.
definitely an issue, and it's something that this flood highlighted, an issue that was already present in that we don't have a lot of affordable housing in Eastern Kentucky. So we have a lot of dedicated people really putting their heads together, and like Representative Lewis said, trying to ignore party lines, county lines, all of those things, and just listen to one another's ideas about how we can fix all of these things.
Steve?
Yeah.
I saw one estimate of the number of homes that were either destroyed or severely damaged at 10,000.
I heard that too, an NPR report, but I don't know where that came from.
Nor do I.
But obviously 10,000 homes and businesses. I mean, that is a catastrophe. And, it's going to take years to recover. And housing has to be at the top of that list.
Well, as you said, attainable and affordable housing was an issue prior to the flood all through the Appalachian region. Every state that I visit, the two issues that people talk the most about is broadband and affordable housing. And then you have a disaster like this hit. And unfortunately, and I had heard the number, NPR, I think, had given a report that said 10,000 homes. Well, when you think about 10,000 homes, what that means in terms of people and families, and so how many of those people will leave and not try to rebuild? And then the whole process of going through, is a house totally destroyed? Can it be repaired? I mean, that assessment in and of itself is a huge task, determining which homes can be saved or where the damage is so severe that they would be better to take the house down and rebuild. So this is a task, but I think at the top of our minds, what we have to keep in mind are we don't want people to have to leave. We want to be able, I know some of the money that we have given to Kentucky, they're looking at going above on mountaintop removal, where there's now flat land, and setting up temporary housing that can be used by people until they can make that decision about their original homes, if they can be fixed or do they have to start over, and then allow that area to either become a permanent housing development or an RV campground for tourism. So I think we just have to be creative and start being more visionary in how we think about not only saving homes, but saving our people and keeping them here, knowing that they've got that support system and resources that are going to help them rebuild and be able to stay in the place that they have always called home.
Yeah. After disasters, you hear many people want to help. We want to help. We certainly saw that after this flood. But what can local communities do to help with this housing challenge? Anybody want to tackle that?
Well, planning groups for sure, and we have a really good one locally, and I know that the other counties are doing that as well, to identify areas that with the proper infrastructure run to them that could become these flood-proof communities. And then to further flood-proof our current communities by raising houses when we can, and especially the ones that are being rebuilt, build up the earth some and then build up the foundation some, have the vents in the foundation, the flood vents. And so local communities can work together to have a really good comprehensive plan and then ask for money from the state, from federal government and from charitable organizations, volunteers, but we have to have that plan first. And that's what local governments should be doing.
Representative Lewis, in communities that flooded in your area, are you seeing people rebuilding? Are you seeing people moving out? What's the attitude of folks that have been flooded?
You know, for the region as a whole, there's two things that concern me long term. Number one, the ecological fallout. You think of the mold that has set up and people not having the resources to literally, cut through their walls and rebuild. But, the health impacts of that, and working in healthcare and seeing it every day, we'll be dealing with this for the next 20, 30 years, easy. Number two, long term, let's say 10,000. Numbers are still coming out on houses, but you take 10,000 homes, those people are getting tax bills this month. Come January, those homes are going to be reassessed. And so your tax base in these counties are going to plummet. And then so either your tax rate rises or you subsidize the amount somehow. And so long term, I think that's going to be a major challenge for us. But we want our people to stay home.
Congressman, anything the federal government is doing to address the housing challenge?
Well, of course, we immediately were able to, I got together all the House members from Kentucky and the two senators on a joint letter to the president to declare an emergency. And he did so on the very day that the emergency took place. That's unheard of. So we rushed aid through FEMA and the SBA and and ARC and others to rush aid to the region, and that aid is continuing to come. We've had some problems with FEMA not being responsive to people's pleas, and we've hammered on them to work harder. And they did. I asked for more feet on the ground, agents, to help them, and they came through. So we've got 838 members of FEMA on the scene. So I think on housing, there's temporary, short term, but then there's the long term, and I think we have to treat them differently. On the short term, to bring more and more federal aid and state aid to these communities to help them try to find trailers, campers, buses, whatever, shelter for people in the short term. And then in the long term, I think we've got to look at something I already mentioned, and that's the Kentucky River Basin flood potentials. We've got to look at that and see if there's a way to prevent further home destruction in the Kentucky River Basin as well as the others. So however many homes there are, Derek, and you're right, is going to pose a lot of other questions, one of which is the tax rate on a piece of property whose home no longer exists, for example. Do you pay taxes on what once was a home and is now gone? No, of course not. But you've got to deal with it. Then you've got homes in the floodplain. Do you allow rebuilding back where it probably will flood again? And what about insurance with homes that are in or near the floodplain? We've got a lot of questions to answer in the years to come. But in the meantime, we need bedding overnight.
Yeah. Some of the hardest hit counties in the flood, particularly not in Letcher, are projected to lose 25 to 40% of their population in the next 30 years. That University of Louisville study was done before the flooding. That's alarming. Co-Chair Manchin, what must happen to eliminate the out-migration in general and due to the flooding?
Well, I think the conference that's been this past 2 days with SOAR, showing the wonderful projects that communities and through healthcare, through building, through agriculture, so many different aspects that that our communities are taking.
With ARC, it's all about a partnership. So efforts have to start at that grassroots level. But that's what's happening. You have people that are coming together, finding ways to rebuild their communities, diversify their industry, provide better workforce training, which is really about people, which then involves transportation, health care, providing that fresh food in areas, all of these things that make an environment for a good quality of life. And then through our workforce training, providing skilled sets for young people or people that need retraining to be able to move into good paying jobs that allows them to stay here with their families. So what you've seen the past 2 days from the SOAR conference are perfect examples of how we turn around that depopulation and keep our young people here, keep our families here. And that is the federal co-chair for the ARC is what I want to continue to push throughout the entire Appalachian region. We have to work together. We have to forget where the boundaries are. Someone said that earlier. We have to forget the boundaries, work together to lift up our region. And that is in providing good training, industry diversification, using all that we have. Angie brought it up. The Appalachian region has absolutely built this country, and it's kept the lights on. And we need to continue to be that part of the country that is going to keep the lights on and keep this country moving forward. But it's going to take us working together, certainly being sensible about choices that we make, and make sure that we don't continue to do the same thing that maybe we've been doing and expect different results. We have right now more funding than we have ever had due to certainly the generosity of Congress in providing those resources to federal agencies like the ARC. We have a president that grew up in rural America. He understands the challenges that we face, so he certainly has put funding out there. So I think federal agencies have to work together to make sure that we're not duplicating or letting something fall through the cracks, that we're working together. Our region has to work together, and if we do that, it's not about 13 states competing against each other. It's about how can our 13 states work together so that we can compete with the rest of the country. You know, earlier, Robert said that our young people will be competing for jobs against the global picture, not just their neighborhood. Well, that's absolutely correct. And we want to make sure that our community, that our region can compete at that same global level and keep our country energy independent, keep it strong, and be able to provide the workforce so that people can come and live in what I think is one of the most beautiful regions of this country. Challenges and all, it's still the most beautiful area of this country, and certainly the resiliency, the character of the people that live here, their work ethic. You know, once people come, they want to stay. Again, I would refer to Robert and Ravant coming from Philadelphia. You come here and you learn about the character of the people, the work ethic. These are industries that come here that know they can grow and expand and have a strong workforce. So I think we're on the right track, but I think that we can continue to work better together and do bigger, more transformational things that will affect the economy and the outlook for the Appalachian region.
Representative Hatton, what would a 25 to 40% loss of population mean for Letcher County, for example? And how concerned are you about that?
Well, I mean, we were already really concerned about population loss. Our Supreme Court district went, I believe it was from 21 counties to 33 counties because it's based on population. My district expanded. Everyone who represents an area of Eastern Kentucky, we're supposed to each represent about 45,000 people. There's 100 of us, and we divide up the 4.5 million people in Kentucky. So our geographical area that we represent got larger. There's only a couple of exceptions in Eastern Kentucky where there was not population shrinkage. So we were already very worried about that. But what we have to do to fix it is that those of us who are left because we love it here. We love it. And we need to do what we do. We're resilient. We're tough. We're used to doing more with less. And we can do it. We can. We have to take a regional approach. Not just states, but counties need to quit competing against each other for tourism opportunities. They need to be marketed as a region so that people will stay. Overnight tourists spend much more money than day tourists. So if they've got a reason to stop in Harlan, Letcher, and Pike, and then head on down to Laurel County, then they'll spend more money while they're here. And then the same thing about any manufacturing or industry that we bring here. We need to think about that regionally as well for the supply chain. So like if we have a battery plant coming in, the parts need to be manufactured nearby. The electric vehicles that are getting manufactured in the central and western part of the state need support industries, and we need to build those up in the areas that need them. My great-grandmother had 14 kids, and I asked her once, Ma'am, I'll tell the truth. Was there one kid that you loved more than the other? And she said, yeah, there was. Whichever one needed me the most, that's the one I loved the most. So if you needed the most love, you got the most love. Well, Eastern Kentucky right now needs the most love. And in Kentucky, we all do better when we all do better. So we need to focus some of the state's resources and some of the state's best minds on Eastern Kentucky right now so that we can all rise together.
Any thoughts from both of you about what we need to be doing better to keep people in Eastern Kentucky?
Well, I think this conference by SOAR demonstrates the willingness and determination of our people across county lines to work together and pull together to help solve the difficulties that we all face. Our region has been attacked time and again with various different threats. We lost the timber industry at one time. We've lost the coal industry by and large in our time. We've had record floods down through eons of time. And we've had out-migration of people looking for a job in the north, especially. We were the birthplace of the opioid pandemic, if you will, started in Clay County, Kentucky, and that's where we started Unite as a region to try to fight that back. So we live in an area that's prone to problems, and we've got a people that are tough and are able to withstand those challenges in the most difficult of times. And this is one of those. We'll come through this. We will find a way to stop the flooding in these major rivers that originate in our area. 5 major rivers originate here. And we'll find a way to whip these problems that we face with the help of wonderful leaders like the head of NRC and others. So salute, and let's go to work.
Yeah.
I'll just also echo the Congressman's sentiments. Representative Hatton brought up earlier a word, focus, and I think, we as Eastern Kentuckians, we are a very resilient people. And so focusing on these challenges, Chair Manchin mentioned earlier, our place is beautiful, but we've had issues with isolation. So with that, and Congressman Rogers' efforts with technology, bringing broadband to the forefront, where people can work from their homes with high-speed internet, I think that's the beginning of a solution. I think working with the Regional Trail Authority that the state put together on expanding outdoor opportunities in the region is an opportunity. Driving here, I saw Man-Made Adventure Park. I saw the beautiful rivers. I saw the beautiful trees. We have so much to be thankful here, and so much we can do, and technology puts it all at our fingertips. But we are focused, and we will address this with good policy and resources and take care of our people.
Representative Hatton, this flood not only destroyed homes and businesses, but there were a lot of schools damaged or destroyed, a lot in Letcher County. What's being done on that front to bring these students some level of normalcy again? And they really haven't had normal, seems like, in about 3 years.
So we just came out of COVID and had gotten done with virtual at-home learning, and everyone was excited to be back in school. We were set to open on August 4th, and the flood hit on July 28th.
Yeah.
So we didn't get back into school until I think it was September 21st in Air County, and about the same week in Knott County. And in Letcher County, we lost almost completely 4 schools, 24 school buses, the entire Board of Education, and that's not even to mention the police cruisers and the ambulance service and rescue and road, county and state road departments that we lost. But our schools have combined. So the elementary school is now, the Whitesburg Elementary School is now housed within the high school. And we all worried about those kindergarteners with their backpacks, going up. They have the second floor of the high school. But so I spoke with their superintendent this week, and she said that the kids love it. They think the food's better at the high school. Those high schoolers are helping them up the stairs, carrying them around. They feel so cool being at the high school. And then our middle schools, 2 of them are combined. Well, actually, 4 middle schools have now been combined, and in 2 different buildings. And we thought there might be rivalry or jealousy, but the Cowan Elementary School really enjoys hosting the middle school from Whitesburg to come over there, and Neon and Martha Jane Potter are now combined. But what the kids are doing is modeling what the parents are doing. I get emotional, but I even think about how hard our children worked through this flood. Our children worked until they were swaying on their feet at the different volunteer centers around the county, and you could just see it in their eyes that they had, learned a heart for service, and they were worried about each other, and they saw their parents chipping in and helping one another, and they did the same thing. So that's what's happened at our schools as well. Teachers, you talk about tough people, that, teachers can do a lot with a little, and, they're used to overcoming adversity, and they did, and they've had wonderful attitudes, not complaining, and the kids aren't either. So, we're going to get there. We're going to be a long time fully rebuilding, but I would talk all day. You'll have to stop me talking.
We've touched on this a little already, but there were obviously a lot of concerns and frustrations with FEMA at the beginning of this disaster. I'm just going to go right down the line. I'll start with you, Representative Hatton. Do you think FEMA's listened to your concerns, and what still needs to be done with that situation?
So if we had insurance to cover any of the damage, FEMA might be close to enough. But without flood insurance, FEMA can't be enough. It wasn't necessarily designed to be enough to rebuild your house, just, some assistance in housing and rebuilding. But so we need to look at the amounts for sure. $37,900 is the maximum you can get. If you didn't have any flood insurance, that might rebuild your garage or do your flooring and your crawl space and your ductwork that got destroyed, or your sheetrock, but it is definitely not going to rebuild your home for $37,900. So the amount needs to be adjusted. And then the process is so cumbersome. There's so many hoops to jump through that I have a Juris Doctorate. I don't know that I could navigate it without doing it wrong the first time. So everyone has to appeal. It's like it's designed to say no instead of being designed to try and say yes first. And we have tons of volunteer lawyers who are coming in and helping folks, but it's still very complicated. And like, there's so many different ways that Eastern Kentucky in particular, and our way of life makes it difficult because we don't probate wills, for instance. So lots of the homes are in heirship. Maybe 17 cousins own it because they never probated grandfather's will or their mother's will. And then they have to prove that they own it. And various different challenges like that. Someone was denied because he didn't have a middle name, but he left off his middle name and was denied twice. Just streamlining the process, closing up those loopholes, or getting case managers in a whole lot sooner that know how to do this. Because I keep finding people who have slipped through the cracks, and I'll take them down myself and walk them through the process and get them signed up. But not everyone is able to file online. You know, in some cases the computers were destroyed, and then older people just are not necessarily understanding how the process goes, or less educated folks. So we need assistance from FEMA of how to navigate their process.
Any thoughts on that, Co-Chair Manchin, about what you're hearing about FEMA?
Well, I think, people will always say federal bureaucracy is just a mountain to climb. And I think that in many ways that's true. However, you mentioned at the very beginning how these disasters are happening more frequently and are worse. So you think about across our country, the disasters that we've had in this last year. Florida, the hurricane down there. And so I don't think it would matter how effective an organization is when they're being pulled in so many directions so quickly. I think their heads are spinning just like ours are, to have enough people to put on the ground to do the work that needs to be done is stretching every agency, I think every group of people right now. So groups, I think we've mentioned earlier, we have to pull together. It's going to take our nonprofits, our foundations, our community efforts. Certainly ARC, we partner with United Ways, we partner with the Corps of Engineers. We just try to be there to be that support, that partner with whatever group we can work with to make the process easier and to provide a little more support. But I think we do have to take into consideration that we are being hit more frequently and harder with some of these disasters. And so no one agency is going to be able to come in and fix it. We're going to have to work together.
Congressman, do you believe FEMA listened to your concerns?
They did at the outset. They were turning down people's appeals, and people were having to wait in line for a long time. So I asked the administrator of FEMA for additional feet on the ground, and they were sent. In the meantime, though, it seems like, in spite of the hard work of the people in FEMA, they're handicapped really by the law. There's a limit on what they can pay for a person whose home is completely destroyed. It's $39,000. That home could have been worth $250,000 or what have you, and still the dollar amount would be the same. It's too little. And so that will have to be addressed, I think, in Congress in due course of time. But these are hardworking people. They're conscripted by the law, and the sheer number of people that are involved in these disasters, as Goela said. For example, they're saying now that on average it takes 5 appeals of a decision by FEMA, 5 appeals to finally get to the bottom line. Well, that's ridiculous.
You have anything to add on that before we move on?
Yeah, I'll just say I understand the guidelines. It's not insurance, but at the same time, I represent my people. My people have my cell phone. It's public. I want people to call me. I talked to a lady this morning. She's elderly. She can't get out. Slips around her house. She's been denied twice by FEMA. It's unacceptable. I mean, I understand the guidelines, but the processes and how our people getting treated, it's just not right.
Yeah. You know, the worst of situations always seem to highlight the best of humanity. Countless people from across the region and around the world helped their communities after this flood. You've heard a lot about Mr. Rogers' quote saying, "Look for the helpers," and we've had a lot of them. I kind of like to end this on sort of a lighter note and maybe share a couple stories about just the outpouring of love that you've seen. Anything you'd just like to share about what has touched your heart in the last couple months? Representative Hatton, I'll start with you.
Well, I said during the special session of my floor speech that I thought my heart would burst from hearing tragic stories, and that would break my heart, and then hearing stories of above and beyond hero stories that would make my heart swell with pride. And we really have seen the very best of humanity. We have seen people give so much of themselves to come and help. And so many of us have now learned that the next time we see a disaster, we're going to put on our boots and find shovels and go help, because, we can't sit and watch other people go through what we've gone through. Once you've been in a flood, once you've smelled what a flood smells like and seen little children, and it changes you, changes everything about you. We had people donate police cruisers, people donate school buses from other school systems, furniture from other school systems is still coming in. We had folks donate a fire truck, fire equipment, and we had people come in and just spend their own money feeding us day after day after day. That's still going on. A group from Alabama still feeding people in Isom, Kentucky as of yesterday. But the stories that really were amazing were the local folks risking their own lives to rescue their neighbors, people in boats and on jet skis and kayaks. Last summer, Walmart had a sale on kayaks, and everybody bought one. And I thought, what are they going to do with those? Our river isn't even deep enough. Like, where are they going to ride all these kayaks? And thank God everybody bought them, because they became stretchers and they became, rescue equipment in the hands of just teenagers and whoever else could help. But I would love for someone, if I had time, I would love to do it myself, to compile the stories. So, because the stories need to be told about the heroes among us.
Congressman Rogers, what's inspired you in the last couple months?
Oh, what's inspired me has been the spirit of the people of East Kentucky. The spirit of forgiveness, of generosity, of compassion has been spilled across the region. These are wonderful people that we're talking about. And they have suffered through a lot, not just this time, but perhaps time and again in the past. And yet they come back and give and work hard for a better community. They show up for the 2 days of this summit. Again, has reflected to me the compassion of these people and their willingness to try to find a better way. And that's what SOAR is all about, and will continue to do that. The other thing that's inspired me were these first responders that we honored a few minutes ago here on this stage. These are heroes. They saved hundreds of lives at the risk of their own, whether it be guardsmen or state police or EMTs from whatever agency. We saw compassion spilled very broadly on this region that we all love.
I'm sure, Representative Lewis, you've seen some of the same things.
So last December, when the tornadoes hit Western Kentucky, myself and several others, we loaded our chainsaws up in the back of my truck, and we went out to Western Kentucky. We were right across the candle factory. The next day, we worked in Dawson Springs, just clearing debris. They were still running cadaver dogs. And so the thing that touched me is when this happened to us, those same people they came and helped us, and that meant the world. You know, Kentuckians take care of each other, and it was beautiful.
I'll end with this. For folks watching who may be a flood victim, I'll go right down the line. First, Representative Hatton, what would you say to those flood victims out there that might continue to rebuild, worry what tomorrow holds? What would be your message to them?
Just don't give up hope, and there is help for you if you ask. I haven't seen any member of local government, state government, or a federal delegation who would say no if someone asked them for help. We have, like I said, I'm so excited that we have the case managers, but they'll walk you through every step of the process to make sure you get the help you need. And I would also beg them to look at alternatives to stay and live among their family and their roots in Eastern Kentucky, and to please not move away as a first resort. We will get you help. You can absolutely call myself, 606-335-2181. That's my cell phone number. If you're listening and you're a flood victim, you can absolutely call me, and I will get you the help you need. Everyone on the stage will get you the help you need, all of our local officials, but please don't give up hope. You know, just know that people do care about you, and if you want to stay here, we will help you find a way.
Co-Chair Manchin, final thoughts for flood victims.
Well, I think sometimes the most horrific disasters brings out the best of humankind. And I think what the stories that you've heard today is all about how we are a family. There's not borders, there's not houses, we're all family working together. So I would hope people that have gone through this, the people that have worked hard to save others, to help feed, clothe, provide shelter, that we remember that that is really who we are and what we're about. We are a family. And I think the Appalachian region knows that. We know that neighbor is always going to help a neighbor, and that we're there to offer that kind of support. ARC is that partner with you. We will continue to partner with you, but this is about who we are as a people, and we just can't forget that. And we need to continue to be that strong family that's going to support one another.
Congressman Rogers, your final message to flood victims.
Well, you know, before this summit took place, there was serious discussion about postponing it, delaying it to another time or maybe no time because of the flood disaster that had stricken our region. But we decided, no, we're going to go forward. You're not going to lick us. We're going to make it happen. And they came together from every corner of this region. I represent 33 counties in East Kentucky, 16 of whom had extremely severe damage. And yet they came. They came out of an abundance of compassion for the region and their neighbors, and they want to see good things happen to them and their families, and so do we. And so we decided to go ahead. And thank goodness we did.
Yeah, I'll just say to those out there, we hear you, we care about you, and we're going to do all we can to help you.
All right. Well, this has been a great panel. Let's give them a round of applause. And I want to commend all of you as well, because I know you've worked your tails off during this disaster, and you deserve a lot of credit too. This is a bipartisan group, and I love the way everybody has come together to work for the good of Eastern Kentucky. So I appreciate you all. And I appreciate everybody watching at home. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Colby Hall now for some closing thoughts.
Thank you all for that great panel. That concludes the 2022 SOAR Summit. Thanks to everybody in attendance. Big thank you to the SOAR team, my team. Couldn't do it without you. And until next year, go forth and prosper.